Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to the Falcoholic Lives Falcons vs. Dolphins preseason week 1 watch party. We are here finally at the start of the preseason. It's been a long road to get here with many trials and tribulations. And finally, at last, we got some preseason football on tap. The gentle beginnings of the NFL season. Maybe gentle, maybe boring, sometimes exciting, sometimes entertaining, but mostly just for us real sickos that love to watch fourth quarter preseason football to find out who the QB4 and practice squad guys are going to be, which if that's what you want, you come to the right place. But yes, we'll watch the rest of the game too, I guess, when the other players are going, the players that are probably going to make the roster. But we got a lot of great stuff to get to tonight, and I'm going to do it all with my co-host Adnan Ikic. He's at Say Which Way. Adnan, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. Happy that some football is in the air. It's the passage of time, right? Every single year you get into the same cycle of, okay, we get through the dead period, we go through training camp, and now it's that next step as we await early September of, all right, we have preseason, but now we sort of have to get through preseason before we can finally bear the fruits uh, of our waiting and of our patience. But yeah, it's we are watching the game with you guys tonight. We are legally obliged to let you guys know that we are not doing play-by-play. So this is a not play-by-play video. So
There will be
we
no
will not.
play-by-play. 1 in 3 plays at most. Perhaps 2 in a row occasionally, but that's it. Okay, so
Yeah,
just so you know, yeah.
yeah. Just this is not our decision. This is the powers that be that
Yes,
have
yes.
uh
People pay for the rights to do that, and we have to respect it. If they want to enforce their rights, that is their
yeah.
that's their prerogative. So
What we have to respect it in the sense of we can't do it, but we don't have to respect it as people.
there you go. We can be petty about it, we just have to legally respect it, and that's the
Yeah.
important takeaway from this conversation. But yeah, before want to make sure we get to our sponsor before the game starts, so we can focus entirely on tonight's game. And once again, it's Bet Online, folks. Bet Online is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for everything online sports betting. And right now, you can receive a 50% free bet credit of up to $250 on your first deposit to bet on anything, including the Olympics, baseball, Formula One racing, preseason football. If you're a true sicko, I definitely don't recommend that, but people
Please,
do
guys,
that, Adnan. This is a
please
real thing,
don't.
okay?
Guys, I know I'm undercutting the sponsor a little bit
Yeah.
right now, but please don't bet on preseason.
It's much bet on the Olympics, anything else. Just don't bet on preseason football. But if you can't help yourself, the option is there on Bet Online, and they've got every stat, every matchup, and even live odds and spreads while the games are being played. And when the game's over, you can head on over to Bet Online's online
And
casino.
and if you feel the urge to put some action on a preseason game, the number for the hotline is
Yeah,
is very
yeah. Hope NY in New York.
it's very far and wide available. So I recommend giving them a call before betting on preseason.
Yeah, yeah, definitely be careful with that, especially preseason betting. That's a slippery slope right there. But we're not here to stand in your way, just to give some friendly advice because there are other better things you can bet on at Bet Online. They've also got blackjack, poker, 150 online slots games. But no matter what you want to bet on, you can do it at Bet Online, folks. Head to that website today to get in on the action. Just remember to use promo code BELIEVE. That's BLEAV for your 50% free bet credit on your first deposit up to $250. Bet Online, the game starts here. All right. Now we've got, well, they never start these games on time, but we got maybe a few minutes before this one gets going. Obviously, we won't be seeing Rondale Moore because he has been officially placed on injured reserve, which ends his season. But so we're gonna have to move on from that. But what are you sort of looking to see tonight as we get into this first preseason action?
Well, not just Rondale Moore, but we're not seeing any of the starters tonight.
No Ray
Um,
Ray either. Yeah.
yeah, no Ray. Obviously, we knew we weren't going to see Kirk Cousins, but
Yeah.
no Bijan, no Tyler Algier, Drake London, none of the starters on defense. So, we all have our opinions on that. But to answer your question, Kevin, I'm looking to see how Michael Penix responds. This is his first live game action, and Michael Penix is someone who had a very up and down training camp. The good was really good, but there was a lot of inconsistencies with some of his passes. There were some missed passes, and especially the big practice, the one at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I saw him come out very, very amped up. So it's to where he missed his first throws. 5 of his first 6 passes were all pretty bad. A couple were in harm's way. I'm looking to see how he starts things out because these will be his first live game action passes in an NFL uniform, even though it's not officially his debut yet because it is preseason. I'm trying to see how if he will be amped up again in front of that Dolphins crowd, playing a full speed. This is his first full speed NFL action, and just in general, I want to see how he does tonight because I don't know if the Dolphins are resting their starters, but it's gonna be a pretty good test against a very good 11-win NFL team from last year. And obviously, Michael Penix is the story, and I know it's low-hanging fruit, but yeah, I'm looking to see how our top 10 quarterback does in his first live game action.
Yeah, me too. I think that's obviously the big one. It sounds like he's going to get extensive playing time tonight. We'll see if that's a quarter, if that's a half, whatever. But they don't really have any incentive, like you said, to not play him as much as possible because he's not likely to start this year or get snaps unless the Falcons are blowing people out, which that would be good. Or there's other injuries, but they also have Taylor Heineke sort of in the wings for that. We've got Nathan Rourke in the building to maybe be an interesting, QB4 option. We'll probably see him tonight. So we'll see how that goes, but certainly Penix is the headliner, and it brings a lot of excitement to this preseason game. It's the first time many fans will get to see Penix really get to sling it, and certainly the first time we'll get to see it in live NFL action, even if there's a little asterisk on it because, again, it's the preseason. But yeah, guys, we'll be ready to go when this game gets off. As always, we'll probably be slightly behind the broadcast, so you can always just pause briefly when the kickoff happens, and we'll let you know when the kickoff is going so that you can be synced up with us. We're watching it via streaming in some cases, and then you're also streaming us. So there's probably going to be like a 5 to 10 second delay, depending. Some years it's been better than others. I think last year we were pretty close. So, we'll just have to see how that goes. But in the meantime,
it's not as strict this year of having to be synced up because we're not doing a play-by-play, but back when we were doing a play-by-play, that was definitely the move.
We never did a play-by-play on Nando. Don't say that, okay? We never did that. That was just
yeah.
Cannot confirm or deny the presence of play-by-play.
We never did a play-by-play. That can be those videos, which are still online. They can be interpreted any which way. So who knows if we were actually calling the actual game or if we were calling something else.
Exactly. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us today. And yeah, we're going to, of course, get into this preseason game action as soon as it starts. In the meantime, you can, of course, like and subscribe. We always enjoy that. If you got burning questions, you can super chat on YouTube or leave a donation, and we will burning questions, comments. We will also, of course, try to get to stuff in the chat over the course of the evening as well, but typically there's a lot of chat volume, so it's hard to get to everything, but we do appreciate all the comments nonetheless. And we will get going as soon as this game starts. We also have joining us now one of our newest Falcoholic contributors. It is Trayshawn Diaz. Trayshawn, how we doing?
Doing well, Kevin. Thanks for having me. Glad to be on and see what this second and third unit's gonna do.
Yeah, we're just, I don't think any of us were like expecting to see, the starters out there, but we're gonna get quite a bit of Michael Penix, I imagine, and we sort of that's kind of who we open with because that's the obvious one. But is there anyone else you're really looking forward to seeing tonight?
Oh, I gotta give a shout out to my boy James Washington. James, I'm pulling for you. This is the comeback. Your opportunity is there. We unfortunately had an injury, one that I think is actually being downplayed a little bit right now because I think the loss of that speed is a bigger impact. But I'm really hoping that James can step up and maybe show a little something tonight. And if not him, Casey Washington or just somebody else on that receiving group right now because we're going to need somebody to.
Yeah, we definitely will. It's going.
Smith-Schuster is waiting in the wings right now.
Yeah, you gave the good Juju plug there. So it could be that we get a little Juju attention here soon. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like, there's Ray has some speed, but like Rondale was like 9+ RAS level athlete, whereas Ray's good, not quite that good. So and Darnell Mooney certainly has some speed as well. We'll have to see what they do to replace Rondale, but Juju Smith-Schuster is a very different kind of receiver. So it's like it's not exactly like a clean replacement. It's more like if you're looking for someone to contribute, and you and you want a good receiver that maybe could be a bounce back candidate, not cost you all that much at this point, obviously. That's more what Juju is, not really a Rondale Moore replacement, quote unquote.
I do have a take about that third wide receiver slot, in that I know that Rondale Moore was, as of now on the depth chart, the wide receiver 4. Ray McCloud came out as he started day one as a starter at slot, and he continued to be the starter and is continuing to be the starter even to this day. I think that has more to do with Rondale Moore's mistakes in camp. He had a lot of very costly drops. I'm not a big believer in Ray McCloud having success as the starting slot wide receiver. I could maybe eat my words on that later on, but just looking at what he did during those padded practices, he was great while everyone was in shorts. But during those padded practices, I think it was 3 padded practices where he had a total of 2 total catches in those 3 practices, including a costly drop. And I'm just looking at his history. I think he's going to have his best season in Atlanta. Not that that's a very high bar to, to clear, but I think that this wide receiver group does need a boost from someone a little better than Ray, and maybe that's someone who's already on the roster. Maybe it is a Juju, maybe it's someone in free agency, but I'd be worried about this wide receiver core if we went into week 1 as it is right now, with Ray McCloud being the third guy after Mooney and Drake London.
I think that's a fair take. I mean, history's on your side. Ray's been a great story, and like it's been awesome that he's been like, I think a better free agent signing than maybe we had predicted. But I agree with you. I'm not really comfortable with how this wide receiver room looks right now. And I don't really think anybody should feel super great about it because, a month ago we were all talking about how we could have had a Odunze instead of Penix and the kind of boost that would have added to the team and everything like that. So, it's a little rough right now.
Yeah, it's a little scary, given that the depth is so thin beyond Drake London and Darnell Mooney. It's somehow much better than it was last year, while still not being particularly, good. But also, Ike Hilliard does have a history of really kind of just making things out of a receiving core. Like, he seems to get the best out of his receivers. So maybe the Falcons can kind of get by. And that would be the hope. You're looking for better than getting by at an important position, but we'll see like how many tight ends this team wants to use. If they're going to be using Charlie Werner a lot, then it might be that they're really only playing 2 receivers, so that might put a little bit less emphasis on that third receiver. But I'm also this is the first time we've seen this particular regime kind of have the reins of this team, so we don't know. Like, this group could just decide that they're going to add a bunch of guys at the end of training camp or something like that. Like, they've been sort of just waiting for cuts, and then they're going to make some changes at the end. And then we'll see what happens. But we got action about to start here, folks. This will be maybe the first kickoff for many that haven't seen the new dynamic kickoff yet. So they're getting lined up. The Falcons will be receiving first. So we'll see how this goes as we get going here. So looks like the Dolphins are right about to kick off. I'll let you know when the ball is in the air, or it could just
You're a little late, Kevin. They're already lining up for the first snap.
Yeah, right. Mine just completely reset. Yeah, so that was.
And they had cool. Carlos Washington Jr. in, and he just got that return, by the way. So that's interesting to see that he's being put there as the second return man now that Moore has been been hurt or down.
Yeah, for sure. Because I think it was him and Avery Williams back there, if I saw correctly. But
Mm-hmm.
it looks like Ryan Newsel is also out tonight.
Yeah, I know he had a calf strain or something like that during the joint practice. So, I wonder if Gwynn will be playing center. He was, I think, their
I'm
sort of
seeing
nominal third center.
Andrew Stuber out there at right tackle. I think it is Javon Gwynn in its center. Storm Norton right. I think it's Julian Davenport at left, and then Kyle Hinton.
Yep. All right. So, not a positive play on first down. Looks like there was penetration pretty much immediately from the Dolphins for a tackle for loss of 3 yards. Was, I believe, a handoff. Looked like maybe a handoff to Carlos Washington, like you said. So
You're down. You're down for 3 plays now, Kevin. No more chances for at least 2 more plays.
Yeah.
All right, 2nd and 13 here.
Yes. We can't describe the play now. We have to give it a 10-second break. But yeah, the Falcons are trying to get going here. We can't just like do total details. We can talk about the outcome, I think. Yeah. All right. Looks like a nice little pass there as we see the rookie Casey Washington getting involved early.
Yeah, that's early.
Who has a chance to really sort of showcase himself a bit more on this team than what other late round rookies do. Casey Washington has the door is ajar for Casey Washington for sure.
Yeah. So Falcons going to be facing a third down early here. We'll see how Michael Penix responds to the challenge. Dolphins, obviously second teams for each unit here, no starters, but we'll see how it goes. So we do get 1 completion on the first drive. I think that was better than the backups did last year.
Okay.
All right. Yep. So it is going to be, looks like an incomplete pass on third down with Penix. Penix unleashing the dragon a little bit there. Looks like it was maybe a little bit overthrown to Casey Washington once again, but I mean, it was overthrown. It was overthrown. Yeah. I think we can say that. Yeah.
But it were either his man or nobody can get it, and so there's your.
It was.
I don't mind the take.
I don't mind. No, I don't mind that that throw. Like it was overthrown to the correct spot. Like if you're gonna do that throw, that's kind of the position you have to take.
And if you guys didn't see who was in coverage, it was Ethan Bonner, he's the guy who a couple days ago got into that skirmish with Drake London.
A little bit of a muff punt there, but the tackle is not made. It is made eventually by number 51.
Malone.
The special teams demon, my boy D'Angelo.
Amen.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
That's his avenue right now. I think that's his best shot. Is if he's got to be a special team stud first before he worries about anything else.
Yeah. So nice. I mean, that was something I said on Wednesday's show. Was like, if you're looking for guys that you're like, oh, we hope these guys are able to make this roster, you're looking to see who is playing on these special teams units, like these early special teams units with the quote unquote special team starters. The fact that Malone is out there with this special teams unit, which is probably mostly the guys that are going to play, that's a good sign for him. I mean, that means that he's in play there. So, all right, our first Dolphins offensive snaps, and both teams trade tackles for loss to start the game.
It's DeMarco Helms, Falcons, with a hell of a tackle on, looked like a little bit of a screen pass to Jeff Wilson Jr. Jeff Wilson, the former San Francisco 49er, by the way, and he's out here in preseason with the Dolphins number 2, so his roster spot doesn't look super secure over there either.
Yeah.
The Dolphins have a hell of a running back stable. Mostert, we know all about Devon Achane.
Oh yeah, no, they have a deep running back room, one of the deepest in the league, especially for fantasy purposes, where they could legitimately have 2 RB1s. I mean, they did last year when both guys were healthy.
And that was my bad. It wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Helms. It was Antonio Hamilton on that first tackle.
That was a nice stick by Hamilton, and that was a good job punching the ball out there by Kevin King.
Yeah, I've got bad news for when you finish the play for Sean.
Yeah, it is DeMarco Helms down hurt on the 2nd or 3rd play of the preseason game. So
not great. So with Helms, you can tell that his presence in this game and Richie Grant not getting a start showcases where this competition is, and it's no surprise looking at what was going on in training camp. There was a little bit of a rotation there, but it was mostly Richie Grant playing over 70% of the snaps with the starters. It was nothing like that interior linebacker battle between Troy Anderson and Nate Landman, which was more of a 50-50, 55-45 type split. But it seems like we're going to go into the new season, unless there's a big turnaround in the preseason, we're going to go into it with Richie Grant as the starter yet again at strong safety. And, think of that what you will. I have my opinions on that. And DeMarco Helms, who was a great 7th round pick last year, great depth piece, will probably be one of the stronger backup safeties in the NFL. But yeah, strong safety is another position of high concern for me on this roster.
Yeah. I mean, the safety depth is concerning. I mean, it has been for a while. I think that was one of the positions that we were kind of like, it's going to be a draft pick. It wasn't a draft pick. Okay, it's going to be another veteran signing. Nope. They brought in Dane Cruikshank, right? But he's got to have a special teams guy. So
had a decent camp. Like Cruikshank got some plays like in camp for sure. But
he's a fine 4th safety. I just would like I would like more than that, I guess, is what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, look, this roster is still filled with holes. Like, I know people are going to come out, say that I'm being negative, talk about how, we need to put on the blinders and just be as positive as possible. No, like what we don't. This roster actually does have serious holes, and safety is one of the biggest ones among them. The edge rotation, cornerback 2 on defense are all positions of great concern where, the coaching staff has decided that they can coach them up, and, they will do this internally, and, we'll see. But if that's not a success, then this is something that can really hinder this roster.
Yeah, and the card is coming out for Helm, so it's definitely looks like it might be a serious injury here. So,
on that left leg, is that a cast on his leg? That does not look good at all.
Yep. So unfortunately, first couple snaps of this game, we already have a potential devastating injury to a guy that was probably going to play significant snaps for the Falcons, this is exactly why teams don't play people in the preseason. I mean, there's no other way to get around. This is why teams don't like to do it, because you just hate it, right? But it's, guys need snaps, especially young players. It is. It's football. It could happen on any play. It could happen in practice. I mean,
that play, like it's the same thing with Rondale Moore, like non-contact injury in practice. That play that Helms just got hurt on, that happens 100 times a game.
Yeah. It is an air cast.
No. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
That's just frustrating. I mean, you said it earlier, Adnan, but it's like, even in some areas where it was like, if we are okay, the depth behind it, we can't afford some of the hits we've taken, and like losing the speed of Moore for clear outs and for just other things that he could have done for the offense. Losing Helms, who can come in and fill in for Richie or really push Richie. Like, this is just not how I want.
It's really harshing my vibe for the first preseason game.
The second play of the defensive drive. Like, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah. Extremely, extremely uncool, football gods. We could not have that. That would be great. Yeah. All right. Well, we're back to it. The Falcons did manage to keep the Dolphins from getting the first down, so it's going to be a 3rd and short. So an opportunity here for the Falcons' second string defense to get a stop. We'll see what goes on with this play, and hopefully no more injuries, for the love of God. That is.
Of all the players tonight that are playing, Helms is one of the ones that you could least afford to lose, because he was one of the few players on the field that's actually has a chance at some first teams reps, some serious first team this season.
Yeah.
He was definitely gonna get. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge blow. Like, he is the equivalent of our starting strong safety, because, like you said, him and Richie were going to be interchangeable, and there's going to be a lot of rotation going on in that secondary. And now you're looking at Richie Grant playing all 17 games with probably very little rotation based on who we have on the roster.
I mean,
you have to think there's going to be an addition now. Like, they can't really ignore that.
Yeah,
anymore,
no, they
so,
can't. Yeah. They can't do that.
I was going to say, does anyone have Justin
Justin
Simmons'
Simmons.
number.
Right. He was meeting with the Saints, so we gotta like Terry. You need to call immediately. So don't let that happen.
I know that Terry Fontenot is very apprehensive to restructuring any contracts, and I respect it. I respect the philosophy of not, putting more money toward the end. I feel like it may even be a little bit of an overcorrection from his days in New Orleans, where the Saints do that all the time. But I feel like right now, this feels like sort of an emergency at this point for this season. And yeah, it feels like it would be logical to restructure the contract of a Jake Matthews or of a Chris Lindstrom, open up some money, and then to bring in a guy like Justin Simmons, because that safety room right now is barren.
Yeah. So the Falcons do end up getting a stop. It's an incomplete pass from Skylar Thompson, and then a punt, which is a little bit short, no return. So the Falcons are now facing 2nd and 9 from about the 41-yard line. Not much happening in the running game for both teams so far. So, and it is still Michael Penix at quarterback, so he didn't get the pull after one series. I know after seeing that injury, it's like, okay, are they coming back out or?
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't blame them if they did.
Well,
and it is Chris
got our
Blair
first
who
turnover. Yeah.
fumbles the ball. That's really catastrophic for Chris Blair and his chances of making this team.
Yeah,
he wasn't really. I mean, he was playing with the twos a lot in camp, but he wasn't really standing out. He had, some mistakes, particularly that last Monday before they went off to Miami on a joint practice. Looked like he dropped a touchdown pass from Penix on a play where AJ Terrell tripped. It was Saron Neal for the Dolphins, the 7th-year man out of Jacksonville State, who both forced the fumble and pounced on it. So hell of a play by him. And this is a brutal start for the Falcons tonight.
That's not a good look for Chris Blair. Again, these games don't count, but like,
they matter to guys like
they
Chris
matter
Blair.
to the roster. Yeah, they count for the players a lot. And yeah, I mean, putting that on tape, it's obviously going to be a bad thing for him. It's not, Blair, again, like you were saying, Blair maybe had an outside chance, especially with Rondale Moore's injury. We don't know if the Falcons are going to make any more additions at receiver. We obviously think that they will, but we don't know for sure. And so in that case, it's like, well, maybe someone like a Chris Blair could have had a chance to potentially make a case for the roster. But plays like that make it harder. They make it harder to get there. So, and of course it cuts another Penix drive very, very short. So, getting and that had nothing to do with Penix. That was perfectly on target. Blair had a chance to turn around and just coughed up the ball. So, that's I thought the pass was nice. We've only seen 2 completions. But I thought the pass was nice. That's kind of all I can say. But it didn't look. I know Penix has been like kind of charged with like throwing the ball too hard, and I think in that pass was actually looked like it was thrown at the right velocity. Like it wasn't like he threw an absolute heater that Blair couldn't handle. So,
the best thing about this team is that they're always ready to Falcon. Like they don't need a preseason. It doesn't matter how long it's been since the last game, but it's just astounding. Honestly, it's very impressive. This is going exactly how everybody is. This is like the worst start I could have thought of.
Yep. Yeah, it's not a great look. Obviously, not a great situation. So we'll see what happens here. But again, this is an opportunity for that Falcons second string defense to put some good tape out there, getting a chance for a stop here on the wrong side of the field. So less snaps for the offense means more snaps for those defensive guys looking to make this roster. So that's my spin. What do you think about that?
I'll take it, man. I need any spin that you can provide.
More snaps for the young defensive players. It could be worse.
Like
right.
Lorenzo Carter, who's out there.
Well, not all.
Hey, that's your starter at outside linebacker right now.
He just got fooled by Skylar Thompson.
Not a good look. Yeah, that's not a great look. Yeah.
Right now it's Lorenzo Carter and Justin Smith Williams.
Yep. So Skylar Thompson's able to scamper out there for a looks like a 5-yard pickup. So yeah, we're gonna that not the worst first play. Okay, you can recover from a 5-yard gain on first down. All right, it's okay. Right? It's not that bad. We'll see what happens on second down. That could change things dramatically. We can see how the tenor of this drive changes.
It's a nice little run play by the Dolphins, but a hell of a tackle by Antonio Hamilton. He has a couple of nice tackles.
He's been sticking people. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That first
It's
hit of the
almost
game
like-
was nice.
Almost like he's starting caliber, guys. I don't know. Like maybe like he should get some opportunities.
Not over Mike Hughes. But
Never.
Yeah, the
That's
team
not allowed.
loves Mike Hughes. Like, he's not even
love-
out there. Why isn't Mike Hughes playing?
I'm a UCF fan, and they love Mike Hughes more than me. That's really impressive, honestly. Like I didn't think that was possible. So
Yeah, Mike Hughes has a firmer hold on that cornerback spot than AJ Terrell right now.
yeah,
All right.
got-
Bertrand.
yeah.
gets his
JD
first
Bertrand.
tackle.
Yep. Nice little tackle there to keep it a
Speaking of
short
good depth,
run.
one place where they don't really need a lot of where they have great depth is that inside linebacker.
Mhm.
JD
Yeah.
Bertrand is a hell of a fourth linebacker. We all know about Landman and Anderson. Whoever
Yeah.
doesn't win that competition is going to be arguably the best backup inside linebacker in the league.
Yeah, it's like Contavious. I was getting thrown off because Contavious Street's wearing Calais Campbell's number now, so that actually threw me off a little bit. He's wearing number 93.
The Street is a great tackle coming off the edge on that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Street last year had
Yeah.
he played great for the Falcons after Fontenot acquired him from the
He had a
Eagles.
fantastic debut. Yeah, he had a sack. Like I think it was in the early first quarter, I believe. But
Yeah. No, I mean honestly, like it was one of those things where it's like we we lost Onyemata and we lost Dre Jarrett, and then it was like now we lost the Kale London, now we lost Contavious Street. I was like, okay, well, anybody out there? Can you guys help me out?
And then before you know it, on third down, it's Contavious Street with a hell of a swim move against Keon Smith. The tackle for the Dolphins puts on pressure, absolutely beats Smith one-on-one, and forces Skylar Thompson into an inaccurate throw.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Contavious Street, ask and you shall receive. It looks like we do have an injury for the Dolphins here, number 71.
Keon Smith, yes. Keon
Yeah.
Smith is the guy who Street just beat, and apparently
Yeah.
he's down injured as well too. So, insult and injury for Keon Smith.
I sincerely hope it's just a bruised ego. Yeah. Hopefully, it looks like he might just had the wind knocked out of him based on how he was laying. So we'll hope. for the
Joe,
best
you're
here.
not wrong, but like, all right, we need to settle down right now.
Yeah, we got to settle down. Yeah.
We got to settle down. Like,
Mhm.
as
boy.
much as I would love to continue like this, we need to take a couple plays off.
Got to take can't be consecutive. Okay. Joe's actually the NFL secret agent that's here to monitor the stream. Yeah.
Joe, I know you are joking, but you're not wrong either. I feel like
Yeah.
we were treading some dangerous water there.
Well, there's some specific things that notate play-by-play, right? Like calling out the exact formations and where guys are going, and giving all these details and stuff like that. If you're more like describing the outcome of several plays, it's a little bit.
Really?
It's a
Yeah,
little
we can
bit.
do that. Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should be careful, but we can't talk about every play, but I think big plays especially we could discuss.
Yeah.
But we're also sort of just like having a chat, a nice watch party, and we're talking about the plays that catch our eye.
Yeah, just that they all catch our eye.
Yeah. Is that Sean
This-
Harlow? Is Sean Harlow on the Dolphins? Is he
Oh
number
my God.
64?
Yeah, Sean Harlow just got signed by the Dolphins.
Oh, is that him? I think he's out. It's your boy, Adnan.
Sean Harlow.
It's still
One
your
of the
name on
worst-
Discord. Yeah.
One of the worst offensive linemen I've ever watched on the Falcons, and that's saying something. Because we've had some really
we lived
bad
through 2013. That's right. Yeah. Now, don't say Jeremy Trueblood's name because he will appear, and that is not a joke. He will absolutely appear. So
Brandon Fusco too. I think I pissed him off one time writing an article about like how he didn't have a really good season.
Yep. Oh man, what is it with the offensive linemen in us? Like, I feel like we just constantly get on the wrong side of these offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Dolphins attempting a very long field goal here. What is this? Like a 60-yarder?
I think it's about
7 yards.
57. You might
Yeah.
have it. Wow,
Oh,
that was really
nice.
close. Yeah,
That's a nice kick.
yeah, that's a
that
good
was-
kick.
I think it's Jason Sanders, who is
Good kicker.
Yeah, it is.
one of the best kickers in the NFL. At the very least, has one of the most powerful legs.
No, he nailed
And
it. Good job by
it's
him.
on display too. Yeah,
Yeah, they had plenty of leg.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very solid fantasy kicker. You know, he's not in that elite rank of Justin Tucker, Brandon Aubrey, but one of those nice second tier kickers where you don't break the bank for him in a draft, and you're very satisfied with what he gives you throughout the season.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a good. But that again, like that's a good result for the defense. Offense turns the ball over in their territory. The defense gets a couple of lost plays to make it a 57-yard field goal. And to the Dolphins' credit, they were able to get that done. But yeah,
And
I mean, good. That was good by the defense, no doubt. Yeah.
Gives credit heroics from Kentavious Street, who he's someone who he was there. He was part of the rotation, rotated in with the first teamers, mostly played with the second team in camp. But that's someone else who I don't think that his roster spot is fully locked up. This is those types of performances, especially stacking multiple really good plays together, will really go a long way in helping Street either make this roster or make a roster somewhere in the NFL. I think he will end up on the 53 man, but I don't think he's quite there yet.
Yeah. No, I'm satisfied with that defensive performance. We'll see, we'll see how it continues. But we saw pass rush. Okay, I think people were like, "Is this team going to produce any pass rush?" There you go. We got some pass rush. That was a nice quality pressure there by Kentavious Street. So I'm happy to see it. All right. I praise Kentavious Street via tweet as well. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're going to get the game back. But yeah, I definitely want to, well, I'm sure we'll talk about it at some point. I know someone asked in the chat about, what options are there out there at safety other than someone like Justin Simmons, because, it seems like a lot of teams are interested in Justin Simmons. So,
price going up.
Yep, we will see. We can definitely take a look at that. There's a couple guys that I like that are still there, like John Johnson III. I feel like I'm a broken record on him, but I think he's a solid guy. Obviously knows the defense too. We're gonna get we got a muffed return here by the Falcons. So a lot of balls hitting the ground this first quarter. What is that, like three loss of possession so far? I mean, two of these guys. He's back on the Rams. Okay, thanks, Joe.
I mean, there's Cameron Curl, Jordan Whitehead, or the other sort of bigger name safeties, Quandre Diggs. I think
Diggs signed. I know. Yeah, Diggs signed recently. I think Cam Curl might have as well.
Yeah, all right.
I'm gonna look it up at some point. Penix is back out there. Falcons are on the field. Cam Curl's on the Rams too. They just took all the safeties. Damn.
God damn it, Rams.
That's part of the problem, with waiting potentially.
Never mind, I'm an idiot. I think Jordan Whitehead also signed.
Nice.
They're all signed. There are no more safeties.
Yeah, it's Justin Simmons alone at this point. Last man standing. Not really, but yeah.
Washington again. Yep.
Yep, another target. He just got one toe out, but that was right on the money by Penix for sure. Again, great placement there, like that made sure that ball was not in harm's way. So
I like that it wasn't in harm's way, but it was a little, I would say, kind of off target again. Just kind of not inside enough to let him, settle his feet down. He had to reach a bit.
But yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
at some point we have to move from it's not in harm's way to it's actually being caught. And,
and on the next play on there we go.
And hey, yeah.
I'm being generous, I'm trying to keep the positivity going, but that was a perfect pass to Chris Blair there for a big gain. So
yeah, but then he follows it up with an overthrow to an open Kadarius Hodge.
That was Washington
Um,
again. Yeah.
I don't know where exactly you guys are. I think
Oh yeah, no, yeah,
I'm at least
Yeah,
one point ahead of you guys.
yeah.
But yeah, that was a rough throw intended for Hodge, and it was one which should have been a first down.
Yeah. Yeah, because on the previous play there was an overthrow to Casey Washington.
it was Casey again too.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So, we'll see if it's the accuracy. The accuracy struggles on display here for Penix, and then of course that we have a penalty. So that's great. I'm surprised it took this long to get the first false start. Honestly, usually we get that on like the first or second try.
The overthrow was to Casey Washington, not Hodge.
Okay. I was like, oh great, there's another overthrow coming up. So
yeah. It was the one on the left side, and then it was a nice bounce back though. He threw it to Washington over the middle on the next play. So, Penix to take it away, and
yep.
Falcons are moving.
Yeah, yep. So we're getting the full Penix experience. But this is like, I think, those of us that I know you guys watched him a lot in camp, but that was kind of my read on it, was that there was some, that was right on the money, like you said, to Casey Washington there for the first down. But yeah, like it's good and bad, right? It wasn't like, it was different than last year. And like last year, like the completion percentage was sometimes quite high, but you just there weren't like wow throws, like much at all. It was just like, like, yeah, there was, that was fine, whatever. But with Penix, it was like, well, it's around 50%, but like there were some wow throws in there. And like that, that's a lot more fun to talk about, a lot more fun to watch. Now you still have to get from like 50% to like 60% and keep the wow throws. So, that's definitely something.
The chat is saying the audio is lucky.
No, I think they're talking about NFL Plus.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're talking about that. Yeah.
Plus guys.
Yeah. No, usually like every person in the chat will start saying if our audio is messed up. It won't be a secret. Yeah. It's a nice little lower the shoulder there by Jace McClellan too.
We can only do so much. Yeah, Jace McClellan on one run doing more than what we've seen from Carlos Washington.
Yeah.
Excuse me, all game so far.
So.
Yeah, Raheem talked about Carlos leaving a lot of meat on the bone last preseason, and so far he muffed that previous kickoff. He got tackled for a loss and just hasn't really looked that great tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he did. Last off preseason, I think he had 2.3 yards per carry.
Yeah,
and he's a guy that firmly took over that RB3 lead in the past few days, and it's just he's in that competition, and it's up to him now to really take advantage of it. And speaking of Carlos Washington, a wheel route, little overthrown on it. I think he did sort of get free from his man in the end zone, but that's one of those where I don't mind Penix taking a shot there at all. Did not connect, however.
Yeah, again, too far out in front. I mean, it's been consistently that way, right? Penix has kind of been putting a little too much on it.
Look like a full body weight sack, ref. I don't know. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's get the laundry out for the preseason. Yeah,
for real. We don't need to go down on the QBs like that in preseason.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they're just like attempting all these downfield passes. Like, I mean, that's way more fun than just like a bunch of dump offs. Now, like, I don't know about the wheel route on third down in the red zone. Like when you've got, and it's like a deep pass. Maybe I would have tried to get the first down there, but hey, we get a chance to see the GOAT Younghoe Koo, so that makes it all better. Yeah, that makes it all better.
Welcome to having a cool offense again, Kevin. We're gonna be doing crazy stuff all over the place.
Welcome into Jamel as well. Jamel, how we doing?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, Jamel.
Doing good.
All right, we got Jamel in here. Jamel, you are vertical, by the way.
I'm vertical. Okay.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
It was like, if you wanted that, you could we could make up like a bit for it and be like, okay, we're gonna get a different perspective from Jamel here or something like that. But yeah, how you doing, man?
Doing good. I'm excited for some Falcons football in there.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're happy to have you on.
Waiting a long time.
Yeah, it's been way too long. Unfortunately, opened up with that injury, but hopefully no more tonight. So
Yeah, I didn't get to see it. I just got home from work. What happened?
DeMarco Helms
Oh,
got
no.
carted off with it in an air
Oh,
cast.
man.
Yeah,
And
so
yeah,
on like the third play of the game, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Third play.
yeah.
So
Injury
that was
bug,
not
and,
great. Yeah, that was not great.
And
Rondell
then
Moore too in training camp as well too. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
then Chris
hopefully that's
Blair
the end.
fumbled on the following offensive drive.
Yeah.
But that last drive was
Yeah.
better. Yeah. Last
Yeah,
drive
we
was
got on
better.
the board. Got on the board. That looks good.
That's right.
No, I mean,
Coming through.
that's, up and down, but you'll definitely take the good. You'll take the good with the bad because the bad, none of the throws, like you guys have mentioned, have been, turnover worthy throws.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing is like Penix has been overthrowing, but they've been like, what's the way to describe it? It's like it's not overthrown to like, oh, you overthrow it over the middle and like the safety is just like right there, just happy to have it.
Yeah.
It's like overthrown just a little bit out of bounds, or it's out in front of the receiver. Like I think he's been selecting the right target, so it's not been a big it's not been a big risk taker. Like it's not been like he's been putting turnover worthy throws out there. It's just need to dial it back a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit that excitement that you guys were mentioning from the bends, with his first game action here. So
He's definitely not afraid to, sling the ball, because that's something where, we saw last year a lot of apprehension to really go downfield.
And that's exactly what it's targeting. Yeah, I'm very excited that he's not really scared to kind of push the ball downfield because I mean, in the article I just put up, I mean, you can see he's not really scared to put it in like those tight spaces. And that I feel like that's going to help him in the long run. Just getting better with that accuracy, especially with his deep ball. Like, definitely is going to get better as time goes on. Especially having Kirk Cousins, a guy like Kirk Cousins who's not really scared to hang in the pocket, take a hit, and get the ball out there. So.
yeah, no, you like to see
Pitt.
it.
Oh, yeah, we'll definitely talk about that one. It's Kevin King, who intercepts a Skylar Thompson pass over the middle, and he returns it for some yardage. And the Falcons, all of a sudden, I think, will be right back into Miami's red zone.
Well, that is tremendous news, as you love to see some good defensive plays here. And Kevin King,
Oh my God,
particular,
that's King, right?
yeah.
Yeah. It's
I mean, I
Kevin.
think a lot of people,
I was
were,
scared when we picked him up too.
yeah. Like a lot of people were like, "Oh, he's completely washed." It's been years since he's played and all that. And
Those were all facts.
those were facts.
my-
That was not a lie.
Those were all
facts,
facts.
yeah.
Those were all facts.
Criticisms.
He heard. Okay, he heard what you said. And
My last image of King was in the NFC Championship game with Green Bay and Tampa Bay. He was getting absolutely cooked by Mike Evans. Like,
yeah, I'll never forget. I think he was one of the players Julio Jones pushed down in that NFC Championship game too. Well, on the way to that touchdown, he pushed down like 3 guys. So there was a couple guys involved with that one. But
Looks like Zach Harrison had the pressure
Yeah,
on
Zach
that.
Harrison got a hit on the Skylar Thompson's arm on that play. So Harrison gets an assist for that one for sure.
yeah, I mean, oh man, Carlos Washington just not impressed so far. I mean, the run blocking
Not
hasn't
seasoning
been.
it.
Yeah, the run blocking hasn't been amazing, but yeah. Was thinking we'd see more from him tonight, given how much hype he was getting in the joint practices, and I think the last couple training camp practices it seemed like he was kind of outplaying. So we'll see if he can get his night back on track here.
Yeah, and I mean, good run, best run of the night for Carlos Washington.
All right, nice screen.
There you go, nice bounce back. Yeah, still plenty of time.
And that's a part of the offense, I think, too, that Zach Robinson is going to start. I mean, we've already seen a couple of screens so far, but it's nice to kind of see some of these quick hitters get out there, kind of help everybody loosen up a bit.
Yes, nicely timed throw there by Penix too. Like I like the design of that play. But yeah, I mean the run game just continues to be completely ineffective as that one's blown up in the backfield for a loss.
Looks like split man down for Miami as well. So Falcons aren't the only ones that aren't unscathed right now. That looks like Grayson Murphy, their linebacker, rookie linebacker.
Oh yeah, Gabriel Murphy's brother from UCLA. Yeah, I think that's the same Murphy.
You know, with the run game, it is interesting to see because we did kind of transition a little bit, and Aaron was talking about it, Freeman, earlier in his own group chat, kind of wondering what the new kind of go-to play would be, or the established play, because we were doing it with the stretch last year, and he was thinking or speculating that it might be an inside zone type run, and I think that's what they've been doing. I can't tell if it's that or the wide zone right now based off of the view that we have, but you know, with them having to switch things up, it's kind of, you know, maybe looking like a bit more of a challenge than it was in practice.
Yeah, and it may take time for a lot of these guys that are, you know, sort of adjusting to like exclusively outside zone. You know, that was like what we did last year to like maybe having to do some different plays on occasion. So might have to be some new muscle memory learned on that offensive line. Oh man.
You know, add to your same kind of when he steps in home.
All right. So, Jamel, I don't know if you have the audio on in your room, but I'm starting to get a little bit of it. So,
a little bit of echo.
Yeah, might want to just turn it down a little bit. Yeah, I don't want anyone to get upset with us and claim that we're, you know, broadcasting game audio or something. You know, just because this is definitely not play by play.
Strike us down.
Yeah.
It's one thing for the local guys, you know, to come after us. It's another animal when the NFL starts coming after you.
Yeah, I'm not prepared for this. Yeah. All right. Well,
I just turned my TV volume down, so it should be
okay.
all right.
All good. Yeah. That was the first time I heard it, so I don't. Maybe one of them was just going super loud or something. But
yeah,
making a real strong point there.
I'm more excited on that play about the Zach Harrison pressure than anything else, because Zach's a guy who this year bulked up as we talked about during training camp, went up to 289, kicked inside. That was upon the recommendation of the linebackers coach, and Zach immediately took him up on the offer, said he would, you know, do whatever is needed, and he had a solid. He's another guy that rotated along that interior. One part of this defense that I'm not at all worried about is the interior pass rush. Now the edge guys, you know, is a different story, but those interior guys, especially when Grady Jarrett, Onyemata are playing along with guys like Harrison, Taquan Graham, that's one of the big strengths to this defense for sure.
Yeah. No, I did see an interesting note. Apparently, the Steelers' right guard James Daniels is wearing a Guardian cap in game tonight. I believe that makes him the first player to actually wear one in a game. So it's not a rule. They don't have to do it, but he's, I guess, the first player that's elected to do it. They are supposed to. They're supposed to, I think, have some mitigating effect on concussions and like head injuries and stuff like that. So they do look really stupid. Like there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
So.
That's definitely it's gonna get very some time to get used to that for sure.
Yeah. So, you know, if they could like do something to jazz him up a little bit, that would help. Like maybe we could get the team logo like placed on him or something. That would probably help with the uptake, because the fashion is a big part of it for these guys. I mean, I understand, like, you know, look good, play good, right? So
there has to be a way to maybe extend the shell of the helmet to maybe make it a little bigger, to put the padding underneath it instead.
Maybe.
And then like you could still have the shell of the helmet outside. I don't know how that will work.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Maybe that could be. Maybe it would look like they had giant heads then. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
but yeah, I mean that's definitely worth exploring. All right, here we go.
It's John Fitzpatrick on a catch down to the one. I'm not gonna tell you guys the route, you know, because you know play by play.
Yeah, see, it was some kind of play. The ball was thrown. There was a catch.
It's good for Fitzpatrick because that's a guy that had some real issues when it came to drops in camp. So it's really good for him to get a positive play there and, you know, almost get into the end zone as well.
Yeah, and we got another Dolphins player down, Vandenberg, number 57.
I was just gonna say.
Jeez. It will be a 3rd and goal for the Falcons from inside the 1 when we get back. So, okay, looks like Vandenberg's up. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully DeMarco Helms is also okay, but man, It did
Did
not
it look bad? I haven't seen it. Did it
It
look
looked
bad?
bad. He was
looked
down in
They
pain,
air
and
casted him.
they air casted him. That's usually the kiss of death is the air cast. So
Yeah, no pressure on that left leg, carted off.
I will say this. I'm not sure what their traditional standard protocol was, but I do remember that the NFL and teams started using air casts more commonly in a lot of injury situations, just because it is the best thing you can do in that situation, really,
Yeah.
regardless of whatever kind of injury it is. So
yeah, and if they've got him,
you
they
know.
might as well use him. Yeah. So
Exactly. I'm no doctor, so I'm not saying that means that everything's all right, but it is actually nice to see that they're starting to use the best equipment they have every time there's an
yeah,
injury
no, that's
instead of
wise.
settling for, whatever
We should
the
ask.
status
We
is.
should ask Arnold Ebikady, PhD, his take on the air
Well,
cast. He is a doctor. So.
Speaking of best decisions, I don't think it was the best decision for the Falcons to pass on that 3rd and goal from the 1.
No, you don't think so?
I don't think so.
I mean,
no.
given how the run game was
Maybe a different
performing,
route combination, but I think it probably would have been a good idea to pass. Maybe a drag combination. I'm not sure, but
I would
Yeah.
definitely gone for the run on that play.
that
And then if
that's
you don't
such a
get it,
the fade is like such a bad play. I mean,
Yeah.
like that. It just is. I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
this is probably the most vanilla offense possible they're going to call, so they probably don't actually want to use any of their red zone plays here. But they're probably, I mean, they're going to go for it because it's the preseason. Why the hell not? So maybe
Yeah,
that
why
was the
not?
calculus, was like, we're going to go for it anyway.
might
So
as well
maybe,
just try to implement it
Yeah.
and see how it works.
and it
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
Carlos Washington Jr. for all of you preseason fantasy football players. Carlos
man.
Washington, you 6 points from the 1. I don't think that exists, but if it does, I hope you have Carlos Washington.
Yeah, there you go. All you preseason degenerate gamblers, there you go. Carlos Washington first touchdown scored at like plus 5,000. You just hit. So,
It's bad enough to bet on the outcome of the game. If you're betting on first touchdown scored in the
like
preseason,
preseason player props. This is the true degens. So, yep, there we go. Falcons take the lead officially on Carlos Washington's 1-yard touchdown run. So maybe we just needed to start we needed to start slandering the man, and then that was it. Like he was just gonna yeah.
you were doing most. Of the
I
slandering.
slandered, so I'll take all the credit then. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Who nails the extra point?
Commentator curse.
But much better for Carlos Washington on that drive. Had the nice run to get the team into 1st and goal, and now finishes it off. But yeah, that's something he really needed. He was really struggling up until that drive, and a big assist to Kevin King for Carlos Washington, who ends up finishing the drive. Good for the Falcons for actually getting maximum points off the turnover.
Yeah, no, that was great stuff there. Yeah,
That's the thing we didn't see last year. We would get a turnover, get a stop, pretty close in our enemy territory. We couldn't capitalize on that. Couldn't get those points on those touchdowns. We had to settle for a field goal or a long punt. So definitely very, very important to kind of capitalize on those turnovers.
Yeah, and shout out to Landon on Twitter, who just within like seconds of that Carlos Washington tweet replied Super Bowl. So he's all the way in on that.
Dude, I'm gonna get we gotta get like 2020 Falcons 2024 Super Bowl tats, like that Boston Celtics player or the fan.
Yeah,
I saw he had when the Celtics just won, he took the scratched the 4 out or scratched the 3 out and put the 4 at the bottom. So Boston Celtics 2024.
There you go. Close enough. Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, both teams covering up these new kickoff returns pretty well. No big plays there yet.
I'm waiting to see how one would perfectly work, like when they won't actually break one soon.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen one like get broken for a touchdown, but I just want to see how it works. Because I mean, everybody they're right next to each other, so once you get a seam, like once you see like a hole, it might be over with. So
yeah, no, I'm definitely curious to see what that looks like, and we're gonna if our luck holds and we keep scoring, maybe we'll see many of those returns. We'll get some good ideas about what's going on there.
I mean, Zach Harris
Nice play there, yeah. He
Very
just sort of leapt through the line. Was just like, okay, I guess I'm just here now. There was that Sean Harlow on him there? Adnan?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think I actually wonder if it was Sean Harlow. But we've done enough damage to Sean Harlow's ego over the years. I don't know that we need to.
I remember
it wasn't Sean Harlow, I don't think. To be clear, I think Sean Harlow's playing left guard, but
was not play-by-plays a few years ago, and Sean Harlow's.
Yeah, we were really breaking the poor man down.
Hole in coverage. Oh my God.
Yeah, nice tackle by JD Bertrand there to keep the gain minimal. So Dolphins will be,
tackle.
Yeah, to keep the Dolphins to a third down attempt here. Be a third and medium. I can't say the exact yardage. That would be too close to play-by-play. But third and medium. You do with it what you will.
It's 41.
Somebody was in the wrong place. Yeah.
Who's that man?
I will find out for you. It is Lucas Dennis.
I think it's one of our safety.
Yeah, Lucas Dennis. Yeah,
it's one of the guys that's had to come in for Helms early.
Yeah. Yeah, so Lucas Dennis with the coverage bust there. Looks like I think he had the coverage responsibility read wrong because looked like he was playing the middle of the field.
Yeah.
And he got to the ball carrier in time, but he just missed the tackle too, which is kind of adds to the breaking coverage. But
big plays given up on third downs, like
Hamilton is sticking people, man. I love it.
Yeah.
He's I think he's like smaller than Clark, man.
He almost picked that off.
I almost wish he had his eyes up, but
yeah, Hamilton's making a case here. Maybe we're just gonna do all this arguing about Mike Hughes and Clark Phillips, and it's just gonna be. That was a nice hit. Very clean too. You can see it was all shoulder. So
that was nice.
Hamilton was a solid CB2 on a terrible defense. That is really hard to do. Like, that is really difficult to grade out positively on a bad defense for an entire year. So, I mean, I think maybe we should put some respect on the man's name. So, yeah, again, looks like a little bit of a mistake there by Lucas Dennis, who kind of just looks like he jumped up into maybe a little bit too aggressive there with where he was headed, but
very rough drive for Lucas Dennis. The only thing I really remember him from in camp is dropping an interception off a Rondale Moore drop into his hands at the bends.
Yeah. Last preseason, he had a couple plays here and there. But yeah, I think he just went a little too aggressive with his angle on that play and just kind of let the guy get behind him, which as a safety or any defensive back, don't let him get behind you. Yeah, don't let him get behind you. You can't have him behind you.
It's the first thing they teach you in DB school.
Mm-hmm. If there's someone behind you, it's bad. You better start running. Yeah, you better get down there. So, all right, end of the first quarter there. Falcons holding a 10-3 lead with the Dolphins threatening in scoring position after a couple of coverage busts there. But it looks like they're starting to rotate in some of the threes on the back end. So, yeah. Not a bad first quarter. Some scoring for the Falcons. Some nice defensive plays. We got an interception. I've seen much worse preseason opening quarters from this team. So so far so good on that front. Obviously the injury to DeMarco Helms is probably going to cast a shadow over this game for the most part.
Yeah,
but yeah.
It's like no matter what happens, that's the one guy on defense where you're like, all right, that's the guy you least want to lose in this game.
Yeah, pretty much. We do have a question from Corey with the $2. What's up, Corey? Thank you. He says, with the seeming de-emphasis on the preseason, do you foresee a potential 20-game season in the future with no preseason games? I certainly do. I'll never say never. I think the NFL would have 50 games if they could. I think they want 18. I think that's kind of what they want. And again, they could decide that they want to change that and go for 19. I mean, who the hell knows with the NFL? But I think they want 18. And I think they'll get 18 pretty soon. Probably next year. I don't think it's going to be long. But I think we're probably not going to get 20. But I do think we could see them go down to 2 preseason games, 18 games total. Like 18 regular season games and 2 bye weeks at that point.
18 feels like an inevitability.
Yeah.
And I would not be shocked if in our lifetimes they do eventually get up to 20, just because it makes so much money. And the owners, the NFL Players Association is one of the weakest and worst in all of North American sports. And they sort of just let the owners have whatever they want, even if not right away.
Yeah. Seems to be the case, unfortunately, for the players. So hopefully, go ahead. If other people got takes on that, go for it.
I feel like it hasn't even been that long since we've been in the 17 game season. Sometimes I still like just forget, like, oh, like, yeah, there's a whole nother week that we still.
Hey, well, last time the Falcons were in the playoffs was a 17 game season, or
16
game season.
2017, yeah. So it's still just very, very weird having the 17 game season, and then now we're already talking about an 18 game season when I haven't even got used to this format. So, and because if we go to like a 19-20 game season, you have to think about like, okay, what kind of low management scenarios are going to come into place for like these stars, when it gets to week 16, week 17, because at that point, a lot of these players are already gassed. A lot of these players are really fighting, injuries and bugs that have been biting them. The touchdown for the Dolphins right there. Been biting them for a while. And you get to that point and it's like, okay, I got to go a whole 4 other games, So I wonder kind of like what, because I mean, you if you look at other sports leagues like the NBA, players are sitting out. You got, Kevin Durant, he might not play for a few games here and there. LeBron James, he might not play for a few games here and there. So would those low management scenarios, would it be like, okay, I'm going to sit Kyle Pitts out week 3 so that we can have him fresh week 4, and then maybe week 8 or week 9, I might sit him out again. So that's going to be interesting to see if it does eventually get to that point.
Jeff Wilson drops and then scores. But it is an interesting conversation. So the reason why I think eventually the owners will get whatever they want, and the reason why I think it's going to get to 18. Remember how even the 17 game schedule came about? It was these star players and the big name players, they were against the 17 game season. But the way that the Players Association runs is that every player gets a vote. And every player gets the same vote when it came to the 17 game season. Even these guys who will not be in the league in another 2 or 3 years, their vote counted the exact same as, Tom Brady, the exact same as Pat Mahomes, as Lamar Jackson. And the thing is, you have more of those fringe guys who aren't going to be in the league in a few years than you do these established guys who are making their millions comfortably. And the guys who are, just holding on to roster spots, they see that as an extra game check. And the NFL is utilizing that against the Players Association in that, all right, we're going to give these fringe guys the extra money in exchange for their vote. And it's these stars and these big players. They're the ones that end up getting screwed over on it, but they can't really do anything about it because that's the way the voting system was set up.
Yeah. No,
so
it's
that going to do that again with the 18 game season. I think eventually with 19 and 20 over time, not right away, but I think we'll get 18 as early as next year, like you said, Kevin, maybe a couple of years. And I think it won't be but maybe another 10 years or so until the NFL is like, all right, let's milk this cow even more.
Yeah.
It's definitely, I feel like, inevitable, especially because you see all the changes that they're making to the game, to tackling, to the kickoff and, kickoff return is definitely inevitable because they're trying to change the game in a way that injuries are they're still happening, but they're going to be hopefully less now when you have these changes to tackling and defense and to hitting the quarterback. You get flagged for, blowing on them now, but now it's like, if you see all these changes, you're like, okay, they must be going for more games because they want more revenue. Owners want more money. So yeah, I think that's definitely a good point I'll now make there. So
yeah. No, we got. Looks like the Falcons got flagged on their return, so I think they're going to be backed up quite a bit here. But it was actually Natrone Brooks who returned it. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the cornerback Natrone Brooks getting the return there. He actually did decently with it. Looked like he got it out past maybe the 25-yard line, but I think the Falcons are going to be backed up deep because of that penalty. So
really haven't been too impressed with special teams tonight, honestly. Like, it was great seeing D'Angelo Malone make that tackle, but it happened after Avery Williams missed it. And we have Carlos Washington muffing returns, and we're getting penalties now on other returns. It's just kind of disappointing.
And the first play of the drive also not a great pass from Penix on a little check down. I think that's one of his bigger issues is those short passes, those check downs. We all know about the arm talent, but I think sometimes he puts a bit too much oomph on some of those passes that don't require it. And I mean, Jason McClellan could not haul it in with one hand.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a little too difficult for someone to corral. And those short passes, you got to get it to them. In Madden terms, you got to get them with the yards after catch pass, right? You got to get it to them so they can turn upfield and keep moving. If they got to stop, if they got to turn and jump for it, that's not what you need. You need to be able to let them get going as quick as possible because they could have a tackler on them within a second. So if they're not able to evade, then you're really going to have a hard time getting much out of those passes.
Yeah, that kind of split second that they have to, turn or, jump, it's going to make it to where that could have been a split second that they could have got past that tackler. They could have made a move to get past that tackler and eventually maybe got a first down or even 5 or 6 yards. So
one of the reasons why Tom Brady ended up being the greatest quarterback of all time is he is the best ever at those yak throws where, it looks so simple. It looks like, oh, anyone can do it, but he always put the ball right where his wide receiver or running back could get it and where they could just keep running for a few more yards. It was it was like an art form.
Yeah, and there's two nice passes from Penix there. That little pressure evasion on second down where he kind of just dodged the rusher and dumped that one off for a nice gain. That was one I think that's a really nice pass. Like that's a nice play where you're able to evade the pressure, get that out quick on the short pass, and then John Fitzpatrick with the strong hands to bring that one in for the first down.
2 on catches.
And the thing too with avoiding the pass there is you saw him put both hands on the ball, protecting the football, brought it to his chest. Just good fundamentals, not fumbling it every time somebody swats at you. And
you saw what happened to Chris Blair.
Hey man, we love the fundamentals over here now. We're gonna love seeing it on display all year.
Yeah. He saw Chris Blair fumble that ball and was like, that's not going to be me. That is not. I'm not putting that on tape. So I cannot do that.
That also sort of brings me up to one of my favorite things that I saw from Penix in camp. He had a bad first throw on the drive. It was his mistake. But then look at how he immediately bounces back on 2 of the almost exact same pass right after that. He's had such a short memory. All training camp, whenever he's made a bad throw or whenever there's been some adversity or a drop, he never sort of, wanes on it. He always just moves on to the next one, and he really quickly bounces back. And that's what he did on this drive as well to get the first down. Now, as we speak, there was a nice pass bat down on third down by Nick Needham out of UTEP, and the Falcons will have a chance to flex their special teams muscle again.
Another great special teams opportunity here. That's a good spin. But no, Nick Needham has started at times for the Dolphins. So, I mean, he's definitely a quality secondary player, one of their top reserves. So good play by him there once again, as the Falcons are going to have to punt. But again, we're seeing Casey Washington. That one was Hodge. And just a great play by Needham to knock that out.
Great tackle.
But we've seen Casey Washington get, again, it seems like it's holding true that he is Penix's favorite target. I mean, particularly with Moore out. I know Moore was gaining Penix's favor as well. But just nice defensive play there by Miami. And when you're not getting anything done on the ground or like on early downs, it makes it harder to sustain drives. So. That was a pretty good coverage play by special teams. So
Yeah, another tackle by Malone. It's not so Malone has 2 tackles. It's not really it's not a frequent thing for a guy to get multiple tackles on special teams in the same game.
no,
That
these
that's
guys like
very, that's a very rare occurrence, especially for one half.
Yeah, I mean, like the best special teams tacklers might get like 12 to 15 tackles a season. Like like I think Kadarius Hodge last year had like 12 or something like that. So like getting 2 in a game is pretty impressive. So
Yeah, getting
you know,
2.5. Like
yeah,
Hodge a couple of years ago was first on the team with only 9.
yeah, yeah. No, that's a good point. So I mean, look, those we've talked about it. Like those lower end of the roster sort of spots are going to
What
be
you gotta do.
reserved for special teams guys. And if Malone can prove that he's one of the team's best special teams players, that's a path, that's a ticket. So, and they'll make the roster math work. They're like, wherever we need him, we need the special teams help. So, I assume later in this game he'll get some opportunities on defense too. So we'll see if he can make a mark there as well.
Goodness
Yeah.
sake.
Well, and Adnan says it, you don't rarely see guys get 2. And what Malone's done tonight is capitalize off of other people's missed tackles.
Yeah.
Avery Williams should have had that first tackle. Malone wouldn't have had his name called if he did his job. Just then, I don't really think that was the best angle from the gunner. And he probably could have done a little bit better of a job at an ankle tackle there. But Malone capitalizes again on somebody else missing. So it's going to come down to little things like that and who's the guy that can be counted on.
Yeah. And he's real athletic. I mean, we know he's athletic. He's got plenty of size for that for special teams. So could be a good fit for him. I mean, I don't know. I still believe in D'Angelo. I can't quit him. I can never quit D'Angelo Malone. It's just so we'll see if he can make it happen. I'm pulling for him for sure.
Terry needs another third rounder besides Harrison.
He needs a dub
badly. So he needs a dub. He needs Malone to be able to do something.
So maybe like no matter what, Malone's gonna make this roster if he shows anything because we need that third round dub no matter what. So. All right.
Yeah, it's a nice little NCAA type play by the Dolphins there. The play action fake handoff reverse. And it goes for big yardage by Malik Washington, who we've called Malik Washington's name a bit tonight. Well, we haven't because it's not a play-by-play, but he's made a few plays tonight.
We've mentioned that he could have been involved, but it's just they really gotta rub it in. My guy Malik Washington that the Falcons don't draft, of course. Goes to the Dolphins, of course, and has a really encouraging, performance so far, of course, just to really rub it in for me.
Ikic and Trice are out here. Those are 2 guys who were frequently in that edge rotation, so they're out there in the second quarter of this preseason game. But those are 2 guys who, despite the fact that they are out there, not with the starters, they will be relied on to get a lot of playing time this season.
Yeah, for sure.
For better or worse.
Yeah, pretty much everyone bit on that play action. So not a great look, but it's the preseason. Maybe I guess they weren't expecting all the razzle dazzle in the preseason. Maybe they should be.
No, it's Mike McDaniel, but I'll tell you what, the Dolphins' offensive line is sure as hell run blocking better than the Falcons one is.
Doesn't mean much, but it so far I think it's definitely true. Definitely true so far. Yeah, I do wonder how much the loss of Ryan Newsel has affected the chemistry on that second team O-line because you have him as your center the entire training camp, and then you get to the preseason, he's not there, and you have to move your left guard, or I think Gwynn was playing left guard, so you have to move your left guard to center, and probably throws off the whole chemistry. So I want to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt on that, but
yeah, but at the same time, it's like the Falcons have 7 carries for 1 yard tonight.
That's not great. Yeah, I can't make a positive take out of that one. That's for sure.
We can only spin 5 carries for negative 6 Carlos Washington yards. So many ways.
That's true. Very true.
Ikic just gets washed out on this
by the tight end. So not
he
a great
did have a little bit of help, but That's tough.
Ikic is going to be. They're going to try to put him in as that designated pass rusher a lot, and you can see why. It's not because he's, an all-world pass rusher, but he struggles in the run game.
Yeah, he does.
And
That's
he
part of the
struggled
reason
in
that
training camp as well.
yeah, they're running directly at him every time. So
And I would too. If
Yeah.
I saw Ikic out there, I would run directly at him every time as well.
yeah.
He's gonna have to prove that he can like actually seal the edge, be able to hold his ground and play that responsibility. And he hasn't put that on film yet. So it's another DPR season.
Yeah.
And it's another big gain by the Dolphins this time. It's a local product, Jody Fortson Jr. out of Valdosta State, who burns the Falcons.
Yeah, the defense not providing much resistance whatsoever on this drive.
Or the last one, actually.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I mean, well, we've gone. I think Jaden Price, the UDFA corners in. It looks like they're starting to rotate some guys in and out here. And I'm sure the Dolphins are as well.
Still have Bertrand out there. You still have Ikic and Trice, who are going to sort of be relied upon a little bit by the Falcons this year.
Yeah, that was just a big time coverage bust, I think, from Price, who was probably supposed to have the outside there and just completely bit on the action and got sucked inside. So easy money for the Dolphins on that one.
I see Prince Emily is in there as well, the defensive tackle out of Penn. He looks like they were out there in the 4-3 as, spoiler alert for those that didn't see it, a delay of game by the Dolphins. So it's preseason for them as well.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel doesn't look happy about it.
Yeah, Bertrand got hooked on that play. I think that there may have been. Well, Bertrand got hooked on the previous play where, when he was going to make a tackle from behind. So I think there's potentially some laundry that could have been thrown there. Dolphins get away with that one. Yeah, not great. Not great for the Dolphins either with the delay of game. So we'll see how the rest of this drive plays out. But so far,
A long drive too.
Yeah,
it has been a long drive. I'm like, man, they're wearing him down.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about not seeing either of Clark Phillips or Mike Hughes, but we are seeing the full outside linebacker rotation?
a little odd.
Yeah, very nice.
They've basically I don't know if they got freaked out by the Helms thing and just took all the second string secondary
Maybe.
players off the field.
They didn't start out there. It was
Yeah.
Hamilton and King on the very first drive.
That's right. Yeah,
I thought we could at least see Clark Phillips maybe, but
he played a handful of snaps, but that was it. So
Yeah.
I thought we'd see him at least for a quarter or a half, but very, very interested to see what he could do out here. But
yeah,
I mean, he's had a pretty decent training camp too. I saw I think it was on day 2, I believe. When he was up against Willie Snead, he got that interception. Had a good use of his hands and kind of matching him step for step. So that's definitely going to be more important in his second year, being an undersized corner. So I mean,
no, I
can't believe Willie is still playing. I can't believe Snead's still in the league. It's honestly
yeah.
that's wild.
I still remember his Saints days.
yeah.
I'll never forget that Keanu hit. That's one of those plays where I
That's a
saw it live and it was like,
Yeah, that was week 17 of the 2016 season. Yeah, it was a hell of a game. The Falcons were blowing them out on their way to winning the division. I'm still kind of mad that they didn't leave Matt Ryan in there to get the 5,000 yards.
Yeah,
season.
that was crappy.
Yeah.
He needed one more pass.
ooh, that was a drop.
Yeah, that was a drop. Yeah,
the
should've
Falcons
been
got
steady.
away with one there.
Yeah.
It was number 45, Donovan Mouton, who came up, forced Thompson out of the pocket, but Thompson found his way, delivered a nice pass. It was dropped. I didn't see who the receiver was.
Sanders.
And then on 4th down, Thompson scrambles for a first.
scrambles.
So
Ooh.
Jaden Price got to him. It looks like the refs gave him a first down. I don't know if the Falcons defense was celebrating that or not, but I don't know why they would be.
I don't know, man. He went. I don't know. They should measure this because
Hey, you got it.
Yeah, you got it, but yeah, we have the first virtual measurement.
That's cool. What the heck?
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
I think it's new. We don't. I guess they're not going to rely on the chains anymore.
The chains? What?
No,
No chain crew?
Yeah, they
The
have
chain
a
crew is
virtual.
still there as like the precautionary resort in case this system or whatever goes down. But they're gonna start doing this for these type. They're gonna do everything except chip the ball, which would be the easiest thing to do. But
Yeah.
yeah, no. There's. I'm sure there's some really stupid reason why they won't do that. But what's your guess? What would your really stupid reason why they won't chip the ball be? What do you?
Because that goes against our traditional values.
yeah, I'm like, we're Americans. We don't use the metric system. That's just why we're not gonna do it. Like,
I'm actually shocked that they decided to like move away from the chain gang too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, those are good union jobs. Those chain gang guys. Okay, so we can't take that away from them. So.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
technology's ruining everything.
There's no feeling better than bringing out the chain gang and then seeing that the ball is just slightly.
Yeah, it's like that suspense. Yeah.
Did you see how Raheem threw that challenge? He was so excited to throw that challenge flag. He was just like,
"Hey, never forget that index card incident with the Cowboys games. Well, we can't get that with these digital measurements."
Yeah. No,
like
Raheem doesn't trust
$1
that tech. Raheem doesn't trust that tech at all. Yeah. He doesn't trust the new technology.
Wait. If there's new technology, why are we challenging it? How could they possibly reverse this?
They won't make the new tech look bad. No, maybe he got the call, from the competition committee that they actually hate this tech, so he needs to prove it wrong live on TV.
Wait, hold on. That is actually a really good question, though. Why are you challenging the computer? Raheem had a really bad challenge as the interim. I
remember. Yeah. It's the preseason.
Anyway,
let's get it out of the way now. Yeah.
Why are we doing that? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't trust computers. Okay.
I gotta look up the rule. I wonder if that's the equivalent to challenging. You remember how if you challenge the replay for that 1 year, the first year they introduced it, I forgot who got penalized for it, but if you challenged the replay on a scoring play, you were then given or assessed like a 15-yard penalty or something like that. They ended up getting rid of that rule, but it'd be interesting to see if there's any kind of forgiveness for challenging the computers or anything.
I don't get like how can you possibly reverse this if this is like a technologically advanced spot? Like, what are they going to show it to you again? Hey Raheem, here it is again. Your challenge fails.
Yeah. So.
I mean, do we still have the referees looking in the little booth thing and like analyzing where the ball is?
I don't know, man. I need to see this. We're in like uncharted territory here.
Yeah, this is a first for the NFL here.
I guess, but it's like I don't know. Like, are the referee's eyes going to overrule the like technology?
I mean, there has to be some.
This might be like a galaxy brain challenge by Raheem, where he's like, "Oh, well, now I'm going to make the refs decide. Like, we're going to see how much the refs like this tech. Are they gonna overrule the computer?"
For what it's worth, I think you got the first down.
It looked like
I think it was pretty close. Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe he could have stepped out or something like that, but that would have been the only thing. So, and I'm sure they would have looked at that before they went to the virtual measurement. But
it got reversed.
Raheem the King, the God, take that, computers. Yeah, take that, computers. They're probably gonna.
Oh wait, did he challenged probably the spot of where the ball should have been placed?
Yeah.
Right?
I assume. I have the game on mute.
I
don't really know.
Falcons take over on downs at the 4. They ruled that Thompson stepped out of bounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
The digital line is only measuring wherever the ref puts the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I guess that's how you.
Yeah. Take that, computers. Okay, so
I actually am happy Raheem pulled that challenge.
That was a great challenge. We learned something today. All right, Taylor Heineke's in. All right, Taylor Heineke's in, and we get a good run. Maybe they just needed a little pep talk from Heineke on the sideline. I don't know. I love how he threw that flag too. That's giving me so much energy right now. Just like he's just like, no, I don't like this. I don't like the nerds telling me what's a first down and what's not. Take that, nerds. It's gonna be like a legendary challenge. It's the first time a virtual spot has ever been challenged, so good for him.
And I got reversed. I'm never going to like trust the virtual spot again after that.
Yeah. Well, I think that it's kind of like a weird scenario because I think the incorrect call was that he actually stepped out of bounds.
Oh,
Heineke just doesn't receive the snap. What an idiot!
he's trying to say.
Hey, Kevin.
I think he's saying that's the.
We already got in trouble.
Yeah,
He was trying to say that it was neutral
I
zone
didn't
or
tweet it,
something,
you
but
know.
I
Yeah.
never saw a flag or anything come out. Like he didn't even try to get on the ball.
No,
That's
odd.
not great.
Cam Newton-esque.
Yeah, let's get Nathan Rourke in there. Like,
Let's go. Nathan Rourke season. I wonder if he heard like a whistle that wasn't from the refs or something. Yep.
He was very
It's a
confident.
touchdown.
He was extremely confident. He was like,
What is?
man, I don't. On the replay, I don't really see whatever Heineke's
There's no
claiming, man.
It was. I
That
mean, it was
was,
a bad snap.
Yeah, but I don't know why he wouldn't get the
But,
ball.
Yeah, I don't see any neutral zone or anything.
Yeah,
that
Heineke
should-
just like stood up, like, "Hey, let's get a redo." Like,
They gave them the ball. Yeah,
They did, yes. That was.
Sheesh.
Yeah, well, a disaster for the Falcons.
First
Oh,
play.
that's not pretty.
Yeah, a full disaster in every way because the Dolphins score, and it's the running back, Jalen Wright, the rookie out of Tennessee, SEC country, who gets the hole opened up for him. Pause.
Yep.
No, did he?
Yeah. So that's great. Again,
Defensive
it's
line
like,
isn't getting really good penetration.
Pause.
yeah.
Yeah. So, if this was a regular season game, we'd be furious.
I was pretty mad, but Adnan calmed me down. I can't say anything about these quarterbacks. With their idiocy, real or imagined.
The team doesn't take too kindly.
Apparently not.
Oh, Bertrand gets a little welcome to the NFL moment right there. That's where that's the only part of his game that concerns me a little bit is he just doesn't have the weight right now.
Yeah, he's
you can
small.
tell the difference between him and Landman and Ellis and especially Anderson. So it's just one of those things where he's gonna have to figure out how to win those matchups.
Yep. Yeah. So obviously Taylor Heineke trying to
Look,
stay
my
on this
thing is-
roster. Like, I mean, that's not a great start.
Okay.
Speed run down to the third quarterback on the depth chart.
Yeah.
My thing is, even if it is offside, like let's say someone from Miami is offside, you still have to,
You gotta get the ball. You
Yeah.
get the ball. Like, it doesn't
You can't
matter.
rely on the referee's flag to save you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You cannot do that. Like, that's like that Cam Newton play, except that was in a real game.
Yeah, exactly.
The biggest thing.
Yeah.
That's definitely some my job is really safe energy where I'm like, are you sure, buddy? Like, I don't
It ain't
know.
that safe. No.
Yeah.
We just saw the Patriots cut Juju and took like a $7 million dead cap hit just because.
Yeah.
Like, so,
We got
We don't want him
legend
anymore.
Nathan Rourke on the roster now.
yeah, Canadian legend Nathan Rourke. So
Most outstanding Canadian 2021.
I think everyone has a new appreciation for Canadians after seeing Letterkenny and Shoresy. I mean, those guys, like, you go to battle with those guys. So good show. If anybody in the chat hasn't seen, Letterkenny or Shoresy, it's good stuff.
Hey, we're a couple quarters away from talking about what we're watching on TV.
That's true.
And,
We got to hold off on that talk. You're right. We got to save that in the back pocket for late in the game. Because I don't have a good like nickname for Rourke yet. because we had the simulator with Matt Sims. I think we kind of peaked with that, and I haven't found another.
The thing is, it's like Jordan Peele making Get Out as his first movie.
Yeah,
everything else is gonna, try to live up to that, and nothing else is gonna be able to. It's a gift and a curse.
Yeah, it is. It is. So it is both a gift and a curse, and we just are gonna have to follow it up somehow. We just got to keep going. All right, another
we got a
kickoff attempt here.
Yeah.
I wonder if Penix is done for the day.
It seems like he is. Yeah. So this one's returned by Dylan Drummond.
Did you, Kevin, happen to see kind of what I couldn't tell who the other returner was there? They almost did like a big loop. I couldn't tell if it was like a setup for a reverse or if they were trying to show something to kind of build off of that later, but he took a very interesting route to being the lead blocker in front of the return man there, almost like it was kind of something to just show. Oh, it was weird.
Yeah.
D-Led tweeted out that Taylor Heineke's in the game to make the Falcons great again.
I was wondering who would say that. So I'm glad. Good job by D-Led to drop the hammer. So.
Yeah, D-Led, that's I know I will always defend D-Led. Everyone, a lot of people don't like D-Led, but that's one of the nicest guys in the Falcons media room.
That's my goat, man. I love D-Led.
Yeah, D-Led's like that guy that's. I know a lot of people like don't really get D-Led. Like he kind of plays like a bit of a curmudgeon on Twitter. Yeah. In person, D-Led is like so nice. Like he's like the nicest guy. He's just kind and he's just jokey and fun. And he's earned that. Like I think he's been doing this so long. He just kind of he's kind of earned the right to. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. He's got a jacket. So he's got a media jacket. So, but that was a bold throw by Heineke to Chris Blair that maybe had a chance, but a good play by the Dolphins defender to get that hand up because I think Blair had a chance at that. So, but, I mean, the ball is clearly underthrown, right? I mean, it's behind and the guy had to stop.
Yeah.
And, Storm Duck! Oh, it's Storm Duck with the breakup. That's one of the best names. And
Heineke follows it up with another bold throw to Casey Washington, who almost secures a highlight reel one-handed catch, but it falls incomplete for fourth down.
Again, underthrown. He had to stop and try to come back to it. So
Casey came down hard on that too.
Yeah.
So it's not been a great start for Taylor Heineke in this game.
No, I think it's safe to say that. I think it's safe to say that not the best start. So.
Oof. Yeah. If Taylor could have just put that a little I mean, it's a tough throw, but if he could just get that a little more inside, Casey might have been able to get the other hand on it. But really good effort there.
He'll always have the 2020 playoff game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He almost derailed that Super Bowl run before it happened.
Yeah. Nobody else put up a fight that whole playoff run.
All right. Dolphins are going to get this one back. And yeah, we'll see if the Falcons defense can provide any sort of stopping power whatsoever on this one.
If the Dolphins are smart, they'll milk this clock. Falcons won't get the ball back until the second half, and they can score maybe field goal or touchdown.
That'd be nice. I like that. I like that spin. Maybe we can get a little 2-minute drive in here if the defense does their part. Well, defense doing their part so far. Nice backfield penetration by those guys and get the tackle for loss. Well, I guess maybe not quite the tackle for loss, but tackle for very minimal gain.
And we're not doing a play-by-play, but if the next pass goes right off the hands of Willie Snead.
Willie Snead against the Falcons, it's just not a good look for him typically.
It's not a good look that he's playing at this point in the game either. But.
that's a little concerning, perhaps. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Skylar Thompson also is owning the first half. He has the entire first half for the Dolphins today. That's one of the better backup quarterbacks in the NFL. Started a playoff game a couple of years ago.
He did. And
That was against the Bills, right?
Yeah,
Or-
he
Oh.
did.
Yeah.
Wait.
Was it?
It was
Yep.
like the snowy game, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think it
I
was.
was thinking so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, that
Yeah, they-
that drop was on Snead 100% because there was nobody close to break it up. So
Yeah, they could have played him against the Chiefs and gotten exactly what they got from Tua last year in the playoffs too. And not Skylar Thompson's best pass on third down. So the Falcons will be able to get the ball back with 3 timeouts and over 3.5 minutes.
there we go. See, that was great positivity there, Jamel. You were like, we're going to get the ball. We're going to have a 2-minute drill. We're going to get a chance. I like to see that you just got to speak it into existence here. So yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we got just a little over 3.5 minutes left to go in this first half. Been a decent first half. It's been pretty sloppy. Been pretty on par for early preseason games.
A lot of points.
Yeah, decent amount of points.
27 points.
It's not bad.
It's the highest scoring Falcons game last year.
If you add them all together, yeah.
18 points per game last year for us? I mean,
it was pretty ugly. It was ugly. It was very ugly.
I tried to warn y'all, but not you guys, but the fan base.
Yeah.
But God forbid we speak ill of whoever's the quarterback one of the team.
Yep. Yeah, God forbid. Yeah.
it's been an interesting kind of turn of kind of tale here. The defense was kind of stepping up to the plate early. Now the defense is kind of, they got just got to stop late in the second quarter, but then offense was doing a little bit better, get some points on the board, and then now it's kind of stalemate on both sides.
Yeah.
I feel a serious defensive regression coming this season. I'm not basing it off this game. This is, the second, third teamers just in general. I feel like Ryan Nielsen sort of had them playing above their heads a little bit last year, and they were in that first half of the season. I think they were a top 5 scoring defense, and then it got worse as the year went on. But yeah, I don't see where 40 sacks is coming from this season.
Yeah, to be fair, we didn't see 40 sacks last season either. We were like, oh, it's going to be really, really hard. I think we were hoping for like above 30. I think that was my preseason prediction. So maybe if they razzle-dazzle it up a lot, we could get there. But
that's not wrong, but I feel like there will be some regression in the sack department. For example, Arnold Ebiketie, he had 7 sacks last year, but he was I think he was second in the league in converting pressures into sacks, which it sounds good, but that's not a really good thing long term for your edge players because you want them to consistently have pressures. That's more of a driver to consistent production.
Yeah, that's true. You typically want it to be the other way. You want a super high pressure rate, but if you have a super high pressure to sack conversion rate, that tends to be a lot more volatile. Case in point was the Vic Beasley season. That was looked like it was a pretty overthrown screen there, but there might have been a Dolphins player like charging in, so he might have had to throw it high to get it above him. But I'll have to watch the replay on that one. But it's a tackle for loss.
Like the effort to make the first guy miss. Almost gets the second guy off of him, but doesn't really have a chance.
There was a third guy and a fourth guy.
Man, they just kept coming.
Don't love
the ball.
Don't love the second and long screen. It's not my favorite play, but I understand why you call it. Just don't love it.
Yeah, Taylor, I'm with you in the chat. I don't understand these player interviews in the games. Like the players aren't going to tell you anything worthwhile, and I feel like them and the coaches have more important shit to worry about.
Yeah, Avery Williams gets a catch.
I think that as a member of the media, and I don't like it in the NBA either. Like the only time it was ever cool in the NBA was when Greg Popovich was giving his one-word answers, and that was like really funny.
Yeah. All right. Well, we saw Avery Williams get a catch there. It was nowhere near enough for the first down, but Avery Williams getting a little action, so good for him. But yeah,
I've never seen a late second quarter feel more like a fourth quarter in a preseason.
yeah. No, it's kind of striking how the offense sort of changed when Taylor Heineke came in. I mean, I don't mean the fumbled snap, that I'll be to try not to talk about that, but just like Penix, like 3rd and 2, deep bomb, 1st and 10, deep bomb. Like it's just like he's chucking that thing. He's like refusing to take the check down most of the time, and Heineke comes in and it's screen, check down. Like I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just what the defense has given him. But certainly that scope of the offense feels a lot different with him on the field, and maybe that's just a product of down and distance and what's being given. But yeah, it doesn't feel great. Yeah. So we got. Yeah, Dennis, we haven't heard any updates on DeMarco. I doubt we will, probably for a few days, given that it's going to be the weekend. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good. Certainly, he's in a lot of pain. So we'll just hope that it's a sprain and maybe he's got a chance to return this season. But yeah, it certainly didn't look good. I think it was a contact injury, not a non-contact injury. So, it's probably a little bit different than like what we were seeing with Rondale Moore. But other than that, don't really have much else to go on with that one. So
I'm being told it looks like maybe lower leg, ankle, something like that. But that's just from what somebody at the game saw them working on. But we obviously don't know and won't until they release something official.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully it's better than it looked, because it always looks bad when they put the cast on. Hopefully, like you guys mentioned, that is more of a precaution than anything else, because losing Helms, this safety room was already pretty barren, and now it's like, okay, your backups after Richie Grant, who's one of the worst safety starters in the NFL, and Jesse Bates are Mike Abernathy, and insert name here.
Yeah.
Right.
Lucas
right.
Hayes right now, Dane Cruikshank,
Yeah. And of that room too, like you said earlier, he does feel like the one that's most unfortunate to lose, because for all of Richie's faults, he is the one that could play either the free or the strong safety role if needed. And so having Helms to be able to spill, and then having Richie being able to spill Bates for when he needs a breath or two like that, and so that the quality doesn't drop too hard. Now it's just kind of like we were saying earlier, you're looking at Richie taking every snap at this moment.
I think they gotta sign someone. And
they're gonna have to find somebody.
I personally don't want Richie taking any snaps, let alone every snap.
How dare you, sir? UCF legend Richie Grant. Put the sorry. That's just
sorry. Malone almost got his third special teams tackle.
He was right there.
Washington was able to run out of it.
Yeah, Malone. Look. If we're talking about, there hasn't been a lot of impressive stuff tonight, right?
Ebike's the one that did make it. They got him out there right
now. They
got
Ikic playing special teams in the preseason.
Yeah,
that is a bad sign.
Terry Fontenot, your second and third round picks from last year, and making preseason special teams tackles in the second quarter with no starters out there.
Man, Ikic playing special teams in the preseason is probably the biggest indictment I've seen on him.
He had like a day or two where he had some pressures. Ikic is someone that didn't impress me at all during camp, and it's not just him; it's like the entire edge group. But for someone whom you're sort of relying on to bring you that pass rush juice, it's not not a good sign.
Well, yeah,
Arnold. Yeah, he's not putting his stamp on this game right now, and he's
not getting pressure against the second stringers.
Yeah.
He just got absolutely bullied on that last play too. Just getting stonewalled.
Yeah, Kevin King almost had another pick.
Yeah, great play by Kevin King.
They're zooming in on Arnold getting driven out of the play.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness! And he got
He's getting like totally caved in the run game. That's for sure.
It's
not
time
great.
To get him out there.
Not great. I did see Zach Harrison playing a little edge earlier. I forgot to mention that. That was interesting. Jeez, Patrick Paul is just like destroying his life. Arnold Ebiketie. So look at that. Look at that helmet on Patrick Paul.
Goodness.
It's a sweet face mask. Looks like a Knight's helmet. It's badass. That was not a great rep. Yeah, I was trying to focus on the best part of that play for the Falcons, which was looking at his face mask, which was cool. Ooh, nice run stuff there by the Falcons. I'm not sure they got him down, but it was close.
It's like Carl Weathers versus the Predator right now. It's not going good for our guy. It's not going good for our guy.
Oh, man. Patrick Paul is good, but, also he's a rookie. So. What type of helmet is that? Is that one of the new Vicus ones? I haven't. Looks like.
I think yeah. I was actually just about to ask.
It looks cool.
Yeah. I was just about to ask.
Those are cool.
Dude, talk to my helmet guy. I was like, hey.
Yeah. I got to get my helmet connect in here. We're getting our helmet connect on the line. Yes, please. Tell me the exact. I'm sure somebody knows the exact model of that helmet. 54 seconds left. Dolphins just got past midway point of the field. And defense, defense not looking great, I guess is the nice way to say it.
Hey, we have Trice and Ikic who are going to get a lot of first team reps out there. So
yeah, that is true. That is correct. You're factually correct, but
yeah, man, I don't.
And again, that's one of those reasons for the regression for the defense. That's one of those roster holes that I was mentioning. Is safety, cornerback, and then everyone in that edge room. Because I know they're going to bring some blitzes. At some point against the better teams, you can't really get away with, scheming your way to getting pressure, especially against those really good quarterbacks. At some point, you just really need your guys to win one-on-one. And I don't think the Falcons have anyone capable of doing that consistently in that edge room.
Yeah. Nice play on the interior there by Tommy Togiai and Prince Emili getting the tackle for loss. Good.
Hamilton's
nice.
Working on balls. Very, very nice.
We have a man down as well for the Falcons. And it's is that Braylon Trice?
That looked like Trice.
48 would be Trice.
It looks like it's Trice. We can't see it. The camera didn't show the number, but it looks like
it did. But I think the number on the helmet
him.
is 48.
It's him, and he's upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's knee. He's holding his left knee. Yeah. Or right knee.
Man.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, this sucks.
Yeah, it's been kind of a disaster of a first half for the Falcons because you have Helms are hurt, Trice hurt, both guys who are going. Two of the guys who you can least afford to lose out of the guys playing in this game.
Yep. Two of the guys you were actually expecting to be key rotational players are the ones that go down.
Yeah, and I mean, you have those guys who go down. Ebiketie, who looks like just another guy, against the Dolphins. What, third stringers now?
I think it's still second stringers, but yeah.
And I mean, at least Penix looked good. Yeah, it's not a great one. Not a great game for the Falcons tonight, and we're not even a full half in.
No, it looked like Trice was trying to hit a spin move and and planted that foot a little awkward with the tackle on him, and then he tried to move it around. It just went down. So, yeah, not a good situation there at all. And Falcons defense does get off the field, So that's
The
nice.
secondary's been playing pretty good, aside from some coverage blows here and there. Secondary's been playing pretty well. There's not really been a whole lot of open windows to throw for Skylar Thompson, aside from that one drive where they were just driving down the field. But
Kevin King interception.
Kevin King has been busting his butt out there, locking some stuff down.
Hamilton's been hitting folks.
Hamilton's been very physical. Even just one-on-one with the receiver, hands. Within 5 yards, he has hands on receivers, matching them step for step, making sure they don't even really get off the line. So
even Lucas Dennis kind of bounced back on that last drive. I think he got the pass defense on third down. Or
Julian
was it-
Davenport off with the false start.
Yeah. They'll let Heineke.
Oh my God! I'm sorry.
Why do you apologize? You're right.
I'm right, but you guys haven't seen it play yet. But God damn, Taylor Heineke gets drilled right there.
Yeah.
Who was guarding him? Who was blocking Tyndall? Oh my God!
I think they showed.
Who's
Yeah.
68?
That was Davenport. He just let him go.
That was some straight Madden,
Oh,
your
Henie.
lineman just lets the rusher come straight through.
He
Yes.
turned,
Yeah.
and he turnned so much that he even looked a little bit to his left, like he's like, I think
do
I
I need
just
to get
turned
that?
way too much.
Uh-oh. That's where you hear the record scratch, just like, uh-oh.
Channing Tyndall,
Probably
out
wondering.
of the University of Georgia.
Oh,
Go
there you
Dogs.
go. Got a dog. Dog
Yeah,
action here,
we got a dog in. Well, poetic ending to the Falcons for a disastrous first half, because that was.
I wonder if that was actually 68's mistake, because it looked like Davenport kicked out to get the outside rusher, and the interior guard went to help the center.
That's not a great look for Hinton, who's going to make this roster.
Yeah, I believe it actually was 68 Hinton's fault. To be clear, yeah. I don't want to slander the wrong person. We want to slander the right person. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was definitely 60. Yeah, no, I got the wrong name on that
No,
one.
it's all
so
good.
that's my fault.
No. That's why
I forgot what he
you have
was
the
saying
replay.
out
That's
there.
why you
I have
hold the
never
tweet.
caught the wrath of the O line, but after hearing about it from
Yeah,
you guys,
yeah.
I just want to.
They're
clear up
already
the
on us,
Davenport.
so,
I
yeah.
apologize. I
Yeah.
did not mean to say that.
They're already
Yeah.
suspicious of us, so you got to be real careful when you come on this program.
For
They
some
got like
reason, it's-
spotters. Yeah.
Those O linemen are the biggest, strongest dudes, but for some reason they're like the most fragile ones.
You got to work hard to keep that physique going, man. That's a tough job. So.
Yeah, it's like they're the ones that they're the ones that come after you, and then we've had plenty of family members of other players come after us for criticizing. Remember Isaiah Oliver? I think we had his uncle or something writing 4 paragraphs under our comments after every show.
Yep.
Joke's on him. That only helps the engagement.
Yeah, please do comment. Yeah, like, comment, subscribe, leave us that 5-star review on your podcast platform of choice. Caleb McGarry or whoever else might have commented.
Shit. I had DeJounte Murray quote tweeting me and talking shit.
That's right.
A few weeks ago.
Yeah, you got all the attention. All the big guys out here. Yeah.
I didn't even know what was going on. I was asleep in the middle of the night. I woke up, the tweet was deleted. I got 50 new followers out of that shit.
There you go. Yeah, sometimes you're right. It's people don't like the truth, and sometimes you're wrong, and you deserve to be called out. That's okay. But
it's okay. We have thick skin. Well, there's nothing these players can say to us that the readers haven't already said.
Yeah. So we will see how the rest of this game goes, but certainly not loving what's happened so far. I thought Penix looked pretty good. Obviously it wasn't perfect, but it seemed like he was kind of settling in, especially right towards the end of the time that he was playing. Taylor Heineke's been really bad, but obviously it's not his fault. He got absolutely destroyed on that last sack play, but I think the passes so far have been pretty mediocre. But we'll see. He might get some more opportunities in the second half. The offensive line, I think pass pro was fine up until that sack. So there's that, but the run blocking was just super inconsistent. So that's obviously not great either. But Yeah, Casey Washington getting a ton of targets. I think he's basically been taken out of the game at this point, which is obviously a great sign for his roster chances. I think he's kind of a lock at this point. But yeah, what do you guys think about this first half? Aside from the depressing specter of the injuries, which I'm sure we'll probably continue talking about. But
I think Penix probably looked better than the stat sheet will say. He we saw the arm talent. I think we saw, he was poised in the pocket. You talked about Kevin at one point with him, taking care of the ball, being able to move up and then deliver. He can't help some of the things that we've seen in terms of guys, fumbling or some of the quick drives that we had at the beginning. But I thought that it was, as far as things go, an all right debut for Penix. Needs to clean up the, accuracy a little bit, but we kind of knew that was going to be, one of the main things for him to work on.
yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. 9 for 16. I mean, that's pretty much what he's been kind of doing in training camp. He was 50% day one in Miami, and he was 53% in day two. So staying kind of around the same in terms of like accuracy wise, but like you said, just accuracy, definitely being a little bit more patient. We talked about like being able to take your check downs and kind of taking what the defense is giving you. If the defense is giving you a drag across the middle, don't take a 15-yard out route that's not open. So I think he'll learn that with time. And I really like what we saw with him. I think his aggressive mentality is going to benefit him long term whenever he does take over for the Falcons. But I love just kind of just his pocket presence, being able to move around, not be stationary, not be kind of a cone in the pocket, because in this day and age you kind of have to with the size and the speed of these defensive linemen, because offensive linemen aren't going to be able to hold them for 6-7 seconds. So at the end of the day, you got to have a quarterback that's going to be able to move, and I think we got that with Penix. I really liked defense in terms of secondary was really, really good. Kevin King and Hamilton were phenomenal. Kind of just really getting after it in the secondary and kind of just attacking the ball. Like there wasn't too many like eye-opening, coverage busts. We had a few here and there. Obviously, when you get to the regular season, you're not going to want that. You're going to want everybody on their P's and Q's. But I think it's going to be pretty much being able to clean that up in these next few weeks for week one. I mean, some of these guys are going to be depth pieces. So definitely if God forbid, we do suffer some more injuries or just, a bug bites somebody here and there, you got to have these guys ready to go. So I'm liking what we're seeing from the secondary for sure.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. Adnan, any takes from you on this one?
I mean, Penix, I think if you go by the stat sheet, it's going to look rather unimpressive. 9 for 16, 6.5 yards per completion, but it was better than it looked when you contextualize it, because none of those completions were. That's one of the bigger things that you wanted to sort of look out for, is you wanted to make sure he doesn't put the ball in harm's way. I don't think a single one of those passes was really turnover worthy. He does, he does need to sort of work on that touch a little bit, but that's something that we knew coming out of college. But you can see the arm talent, and seeing the arm talent up close the past couple of weeks, it's been special. It's been very, very real, and you can see how the ball zips out of his hands, and you've seen it at times in this game as well. So I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied with what we've gotten from Penix. Couple of individual defensive players have had some nice plays. Contavious Street, Zach Harrison, but yeah, I'm worried about that pass rush in general for the Falcons, that edge group, because yeah, I'm worried about Ikic, and now Braylon Trice is down, so that edge rotation is, Ikic, Smith Williams, Lorenzo Carter. If Trice can't go, then maybe Brandon and Bradley and sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of troubling, and the other thing that's a little troubling for me is the offensive line, because 11 carries, 9 rushing yards is unacceptable no matter who's in there and who they're facing against. Now, I know maybe only 2 of those guys will make the roster, but it's still, these guys are still fighting for their practice squad spots as well. So I've been very disappointed with what I've seen from the offensive line.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. And yeah, I'm gonna run down and refill my beer, so I'll be right back. But please continue the conversation. And guys, we will keep you posted here until we get started with the second half. Thanks.
I was gonna say I actually liked your comment specifically talking about Penix working the middle of the field versus the outside. He definitely favored going outside the hashes, and that was probably my biggest criticism, and that was the main weakness in Penix's game from a lot of evaluators, was how he works the middle of the field, how comfortable he feels attacking that area. He did have some nice throws where he was able to I think Washington a couple of times where he was right on the hash, and then a couple of others where he was like in the, between the hashes and everything like that. But definitely want to see him start to work more of the middle of the field and not lean too much on those outside throws. That one that he had to Hodge to, it almost looked like he hitched a little bit, like he didn't trust that it would get there, but he definitely would have gotten the ball there had he released it when he initially saw it. But I thought that was something that I was really looking at as well tonight to kind of see how he would attack the middle of the field. And I agree, with what you're saying. And hopefully that is something that we see him start to progress at as we go forward.
Yeah, I think learning from Kirk Cousins, especially because Kirk Cousins, he'll take a check down, regardless. Like he'll take one, he'll take what the defense gives him, and he's almost like to a fault, a little bit. Because if you go back to when Minnesota went to the playoffs and they played the Giants, final play of the game, he hits it to TJ Hawkinson on like a little out route, or whether not sure if it was an out route or a drag route, but I know Hawkinson was kind of outside the numbers. And he was hoping that Hawkinson would maybe his body weight would kind of take him forward a little bit, and you pick up those extra yards and get the first down. Obviously, it didn't happen, but Kirk Cousins is kind of like that to a fault. So I'm kind of invested in how he's going to coach Michael Penix up in the ways of working the middle of the field and being able to take what the defense gives you across the middle of the field. Because, a lot of the times when you're looking at from a quarterback perspective, there's a lot of routes over the middle of the field that are going to allow for receivers to get open. So if you run a combination where you got a drag route that's coming underneath the linebackers and you got another, inside, crosser going over the linebackers, they got to kind of choose one. And obviously it depends on, if the safeties are playing a little bit up or if they're playing a little bit deep. But you're going to be able to work those linebackers and work those safeties a lot better as a quarterback if you're just a little bit more patient. So I think definitely patience is something that he needs to lean a little bit more towards. We know he can, throw the deep ball. We know he can do all that, but just in terms of patience and just kind of reining in his game a little bit and seeing the field as best as he can, I think that's kind of just what he needs to work on. So.
Yeah, missing high over the middle and missing high near the sideline are 2 really different things. And yeah, like you said, Trayshawn, that's one of those things in Washington, which was one of those weaknesses of, all right, he's going to throw the ball over the middle, but he might airmail it a little bit, but you can tell that he's sort of excited and he wants to take that advantage to the point of being even slightly too eager, which isn't a bad thing, for a rookie's first preseason game where he's not going to play at all this season, barring any catastrophe. But yeah, all camp too, like he, other than like a day or two, he was out there slinging it. He was out there just, taking his shots. It was like a 180 from what Desmond Ridder did last year in camp, which was just, all right, take every single check down possible. And, guys would even get open downfield and you could tell that they would get frustrated because the ball would never come their way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's got another half going. I'm assuming they're gonna play Heineke, at the very least to start this third quarter, especially given the fact that we haven't really seen anything from him yet, and then we'll probably finish off with some Rourke action.
Yeah, he only has 5 passes for 7 yards. It's not great. And it's been a lot of short passes, screen passes, check down, running back out the backfield. And so definitely need to see a little bit more from Heineke. Just really airing the ball out there. I mean, kind of give him something to, I guess, work with here. Offensive line hasn't really been doing him any favors. We saw that sack at the end of the first half. So, I mean, it's kind of, I'm hoping that Heineke can come in here and do something and show us something, because I mean, likely at least the third quarterback on the depth chart. So I want to have some sort of security here looking at Heineke.
Yeah, just a bit of housekeeping before the second half, as the second half is starting. 4 tackles for losses for the Falcons: Zach Harrison, Tommy Togai, Contavious Street, and Antonio Hamilton. 4 passes defended. That's Hamilton. Shout out to him. Lucas Dennis, and then 2 for Kevin King, and 1 pick for Kevin King as well. So, those were the big defensive plays of that first half.
Did you say Hamilton had 4?
No,
PBs on his own?
Falcons had 4 passes defended.
Oh, okay.
Had a pass defense and a tackle for loss.
Gotcha.
Mike White is in for the Dolphins as well now, too.
Mike White, the Week 6 legend for the Jets. He toasted the Chargers, and hey, how about that Brendan Dorless with the tackle for loss?
There we go. Like seeing that.
That's a 5th tackle for loss for the Falcons.
There we go.
4th round rookie Brendan Dorless.
All right, just in time for the third quarter here.
Now you missed a Dorless TFL, and then a deep shot which sailed over everyone's head. Looks like it was Trey Tarpley who was the nearest man in coverage.
Trey Tarpley. Haven't heard that name yet. So they must be deep reserve.
No.
We got Mike White at quarterback. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
we
Mike
got
White's
Malone against Paul looks like will be the matchup right now as well too. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes compared to how we saw at Bichetti fare.
Oh, shit, is Katie out there? Maybe he's up against these dudes.
Yeah. Mike White unleashing the dragon.
They're having no problem running Malik Washington around.
Yep.
Oh, how about that? I don't know if you guys have seen the third down yet, but
oh no,
Damon Harris at the line of scrimmage with the bat down. Damon Harris is a guy that don't be surprised if you see him at some point with the starter this season. Not playing consistent snaps, but in there in the rotation. They're rotating
like him. Yeah.
Walkthroughs a little bit with the ones. And they played him both at defensive tackle and defensive end.
Yeah, that's nice. That was a nice little interruption there. He just he didn't he crashed, but he stopped so he could get his hand on that screen. That was actually a really heads up play by him.
Almost pulled a Brady there as well.
Plays.
Yeah.
And they forced a quick 3-and-out. So, if every single team was withered down to their third stringers, Falcons would be a problem.
We got this. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we're cooking now. Yeah. It's just a battle of attrition. That's all. Yeah.
Barely even a minute taken off the clock. They already got the ball back.
All right.
A real shot at a return here.
Maybe these guys should have started the game.
This is how we win.
Not bad. Was that Brooks? Okay.
Yeah, Natrone. Yeah.
Brooks with a really nice return.
There we go, Natrone. Nice.
That was one of my guys last year during camp. I really liked what I saw from Natrone Brooks. I
didn't know anything about him prior to camp. Like, he was not someone I had heard about in the scouting community at all.
There was one point late in camp where he had 4 straight passes defensed.
That's
and
right.
I think it was Heineke. I think it was Heineke who was trying to pick on him a little bit, and every single time he just either deflected the pass or he was the nearest man in coverage.
Yeah, no, he stuck all year as a UDFA. Didn't really have a whole lot of hype or anything like that, and he managed to stick on the squad all year. So kudos to him, and So I wanted to shout out Firemaker Brewing in Atlanta. If you guys haven't been there, they have really cool pint glasses with dragon on them, and I like their beers. Not sponsored. I genuinely like their beers. So, and our sponsors, I love their beers. So if you want to sponsor us, I will. I will love your beer. I will figure out which beer I can drink, and I will drink it on every stream. Shout out to Sweetwater as well for the merch last year and for hosting our meetup. I'm sure we will be having another one at some point. So shout out to Sweetwater.
Also, you guys can watch the TV coverage all you want, but you will not get in-depth Natrone Brooks takes like you will on this show.
They won't. I guarantee you they wouldn't even pronounce his name. They wouldn't even attempt it. So
They will not be telling you what Natrone Brooks did in training camp.
They don't have that in-depth knowledge, that deep cut knowledge. Like, okay, on that last day of training camp, Natrone Brooks broke up 4 straight passes from different quarterbacks when all the other national media had left. Adnan and I were there to bring you the takes.
The national media showed up, actually.
Yeah, well, last year that people came this year to see Penix, I think.
This year, for sure. Yeah. Like day one, that media room was absolutely packed. I didn't even have a place to sit.
Heineke's still out there.
Yeah. And the Falcons, I think was there a flag which pushes the Falcons back to around midfield? Yeah, I'm sure. Sure, Raheem will love that.
Love the return penalties. That's just fantastic. Love that stuff.
Nice run from McClellan.
Here we go. Some positives. Positive yardage on the ground. What is this? This doesn't look like the Falcons at all.
McClellan 11 yards there, and
that looked too
easy. 9 in the first half.
I liked his. I mean, he only had 2 or 3 runs in the first half, but I really like McLean's tape. I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't really gotten more reps with the second unit in the first half. But I'd be interested to see him make a push here.
Yeah.
Is it McLean? Is that how you say it?
McLean, right?
McLean.
I thought it was McClellan, but yeah.
Yeah,
is it McClellan?
It's 2 L's. It's MC.
Well, I've heard some people say McLean, so I was like,
look, I'm just gonna say right now, do not trust my pronunciation.
Okay. I didn't know if
we're gonna default
quietly
to what you think it is.
Okay, I thought you were like quietly trying to correct my pronunciation, but okay.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. We should start
took
calling
me a while to figure out how to say Michael Pruitt. Let me.
Yeah, that one took a minute for sure. Yeah.
It was very obvious, but
yeah. Well, we got Zoheb joining up on our YouTube channel memberships. Welcome to the Falcoholic crew, Zoheb. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Yeah, and with Jace McClellan now, I feel like we could do some kind of House of the Dragon tie-in for that. Because I wonder if it's spelled the same as, because I think it's just Saris with a C. So maybe that could work, but I don't know. We can workshop it. We'll workshop that over the next couple weeks as the preseason continues. So
yeah, I like his tape too. He's very fast in the open field. When he gets in, open field, he can make a man miss pretty easily. So it's really just about getting him some ways that he can get open, and getting him some open, whatchamacallit, like the line needs to really open those holes for him, and he'll really do the rest for him. So
yeah. No, nice little start there. Little dump off after that as well for Jace McClellan. So we'll see if see how the Falcons go here.
Prototypical size, just classic running back. When we took him too, I'm like, this kind of feels like something the Rams would have done. Just this late round guy who's kind of good at everything, maybe not elite at anything, but can come in and give you good reps.
Yeah,
And he had to work for like his spot in at Alabama too. So it wasn't really just coming in and RB1 right off the bat. He kind of stayed under the radar, and in his senior year, kind of had a really good season. So he was really one of the backbones of that offense too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he overcame a big injury when he was there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got Heineke just tossing that one in the dirt because the pressure was on him pretty much immediately. So the Falcons looks like they're going to get an opportunity for a field goal here. So pretty heads up play from Heineke to avoid this sack. Falcons have a shot at this one.
Falcons parlay a great return and a great run to start the drive into a 53-yard field goal attempt.
Well, it's points, it's some points.
Younghoe Koo is in midseason form. He nailed 53-yarder.
Yeah.
I was about to say, Koo looks good. Last year, he switched up his approach a little bit, and we saw, a little bit of a dip at one point, but it looks like he's carried over and he's got everything down.
Yeah. No, it looks, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like just take it for granted with Younghoe Koo. But yeah, I mean, last year was, you look at the overall stats and it was like, oh yeah, that was sort of like an average Younghoe Koo season, but it's like coming from his like great season the year prior is a little bit jarring. So hopefully he's back to, looks like he's back to that previous form where he's one of the best kickers in the NFL. I mean, I never stopped believing, for the record.
He never left.
Yeah.
I think this offense will hopefully make him take less 49 plus 51-yard field goals and start getting him in more manageable situations too, because he was still money in that range, and that's kind of what you really want your kicker to be doing. It's cool that you have a guy that makes 9 50-yard field goals in a season, but that just tells you how bad your offense is at that.
Yeah, pretty much. All right. Well, we're getting in to the third quarter here. Got some good Younghoe Koo action, got some special teams action, and a nice run. A run that doubled the Falcons' rushing yards on the night, and that was unfortunately not enough to get anything going on the drive, but they're able to get some points out of it. So at least we have that.
Yeah, but McClellan had most of the rushing yards anyway, 9 yards, and now coming in 18 already in third quarter, so 20 yards for the whole team in rushing.
He's definitely carrying the rushing attack at this stage.
Exactly, to say the least.
If you can call it an attack, yeah.
This is not what Carlos Washington Jr. needed right now for his case to make the roster, because we're talking about how we just doubled our yards with one run after he pretty much got to have the bulk of the work for the first half.
Yeah, I mean the running game just didn't look like it was on the same page, and again, you wonder how much the loss of Newsel had to do with the chemistry up front there. But you can only play with the guys you have, so they got to figure something out. Maybe they'll sort of warm up over the course of the game, and we'll see that unit getting a little more comfortable. Notable, we got backup punter Ryan Sanborn is kicking off throughout this game. I think Bradley Pinion is active, but he hasn't punted or kicked off. I think last year he was the kickoff guy, except for some certain cases. So looks like they're giving Ryan Sanborn an opportunity to showcase his skills tonight. So number 37.
And gotta be honest, kind of surprising, just because you would think they want the specialists to get as many of these live reps with the new rules and everything as they can, kind of understanding, what they want their approach to actually be like. So, I mean, good for Sanborn. But yeah, I would have expected to at least see Pinion maybe do the first quarter, maybe the first punt, the first kickoff before they let, somebody else come in.
Yeah. You get the ball at the 30 if you take a knee in the end zone?
Yeah.
What?
So if the ball goes in, you're not, if you kick the ball into the end zone now, it goes out to the 30. Yeah.
What?
And so it's incentivizing teams. It incentivizes the kicking team to put it in the landing zone. Yeah. Because if not, it's automatically at the 30, and then it incentivizes, the return team as well to actually bring the ball out now, because you're you can't fair catch in the landing zone. Isn't that correct?
I think so. Yeah. So it's like if it's in
Yeah,
the end
so
zone, you can take a knee,
Yeah.
but you can't fair catch inside the landing zone. You have to return. So
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And that's
Yeah.
kind of why, you would think that you'd want to let, whoever's going to be doing that all year really get some work.
yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The 30-yard line.
Looks like tight end number 80 for the Dolphins, Connor, a little bit shaken up on the play. He's down on the ground after that first down catch. Nice catch over the middle.
There's another fumble as well, too. Handoff with Mike White.
Yeah, it looked like Mike White and Jalen Wright had a botched handoff to start that drive, but they're able to fall on it.
Yeah. A lot of botched snaps, botched handoffs. Preseason.
Yep, that's preseason for you.
AT Alien commented, Henie Ritter.
Henie Ritter. Oh no.
Henie Ritter.
That's a dark pathway to go down if we're getting into that territory. So all right. Let's got another commercial. Oh, yeah, got to take a break here with the Dolphins player injured. But yeah, a lot of injuries tonight. I think the Dolphins have had 3 players get injured. I don't know if any of them were, Descartes obviously didn't have to come out for any Dolphins players. Hopefully it's not serious for them. But yeah, kind of a tough first night of contact here for these two teams. Hopefully,
I'm glad Trice was able to walk off with some help, but he's still able to walk off. That's always a good sign that he's able to walk on it. Just very, very unfortunate night. Just unfortunate in general this past kind of week, obviously with Rondale Moore too. So it's very obviously you hate early injuries, but it's kind of just part of the game. That's kind of why you want to kind of, or the NFL is trying to mitigate some of these rules and try to help these players out a little bit. It's gonna hurt the Falcons. Definitely, especially early on and in the long term, losing like Helms. We'll see how Trice's injury shapes up, but Helms, like we talked a little bit earlier, is a very good depth piece, and you want him to kind of have a bigger role this season. Obviously, the safety room isn't that great already, so outside of Jesse Bates, but we'll see kind of how it goes. I think isn't Justin Simmons still a free agent too?
He is. He was visiting with the Saints, I think, this week. So if the Falcons want to step in there, which I recommend, by the way,
I do recommend it.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get on that. They need to blast their way into that conversation and swiping him out of the Saints like grasp would actually be ideal if we could pull that
would be
off.
great.
So,
yeah. And I feel like him and Jesse would definitely mesh very, very well. They're kind of similar players too. So
yeah. I think just having Simmons in the room, it looks like Connor might be okay. Thankfully, it looks like he was able to walk off. So good.
Yeah.
So Dolphins now a little bit short of midfield, approximately midfield, with a first down. So we'll see how this progresses. Looks like a nice run stuff there from the Falcons. So pretty good start to that series. Not liking the defense. I think after halftime has played better. We'll see if that continues.
Definitely played better.
See if they continue.
This is the third team now in, right? So
yeah,
they free pretty good.
Yeah, no, I think I see like Trey Tarpley and some of these other guys out there. Looks like Bradley and Nye's out there at edge. Damone Harris. Oh, fumble.
There we go.
Looks like I think that's number 45 for the Falcons, able to fall on that one. That's Donovan Mooten.
That's Newton, right? Yeah.
Mooten, the linebacker. I like Mutant better. Sounds like a superhero.
Yeah. We'll go with that.
But I guess they're calling it incomplete. I feel like that's the exact same play that happened to Chris Blair. But okay. Literally the exact same play, but okay. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Throw the flag again, Raheem. Let's go.
That was a great hit too.
Yeah.
To draw that ball up there.
Oh no.
Yeah.
This is just an
Yeah,
incredibly
and then
ugly
that's
play
preseason
by
play
the
right
Falcons.
there for
Yep.
you.
Just like 3 guys fall over in the backfield, and the Dolphins get a dump off like 6 yards deep in the backfield for about a 15-yard gain. So, yeah, that's pretty ugly. That's an ugly defensive play right there. So
Did I miss anything?
Prince Emili like way over pursues. Then we have the safety just take a really bad angle there, and yep, the rest is history. You missed the dump off 7 yards deep in the backfield, just going for a first down, Adnan.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Mike Nolan.
It should have been a fumble. Like literally the Dolphins had the exact same play that happened to Chris Blair happen, and they ruled it incomplete. So whatever.
Home cooking.
Yeah, home cooking in the preseason. You love to see.
The things some of these teams will do, man.
Anything, man. Anything.
A lot of drop balls. Some of these receivers,
yeah,
gotta lock in.
Some questionable hands on display in this third quarter.
Got one job.
Yep.
Straight drop right there by Kyrick McGowan out of Georgia Tech. A lot of Georgia guys on this. A lot of
Georgia. Yeah, suspiciously more Georgia players than the Falcons have. Adnan, what's your take on that?
I'm just saying, it's no wonder they were in the playoffs last year. While the Falcons weren't.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe that's the secret.
Georgia investment.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. No, I mean, we know. We know. All right. So let's see.
Really good night for the kickers.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. That's been good. That positive stuff on display from the kicking units. That's for sure.
Kevin, fair word of warning. I am going to take your Jace McClellan, Jace Targaryen idea for Twitter eventually.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. It was jointly concepted here on the show, so all parties here are welcome to use it. I mean, I stole Trey Sean's Ike Hilliard intel for a tweet earlier. So if we do this, we should be square now.
It was actually much worse than mine. Yeah, I mean, Sanders is now 2 for 2. Who is 1 for 1, including a 57-yarder for Sanders.
Yeah.
Saunders, sorry.
Saunders.
Coos had 2 kicks tonight. Wait, he's had 2 kicks tonight.
Yeah, so he also made 1 50-plus yarder. Yeah, he had that last drive was one, then one early on.
Yeah.
Been a good game. Good game for kickers.
Good game for the kickers. Yeah, good game for D'Angelo Malone, on special teams, and maybe it might stop there, but yeah.
Good game to realize that Arnold Ikic is used on special teams, so
that was a little bit shocking to see that, but
not as shocking as you think. I tweeted out on day one of camp. I'm like, oh, Ibikadi's out there on special teams.
Yeah, you're right.
I do remember you tweeting that. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, it's not a great
Keep
sign.
that away from what I love, please.
Yeah, it's like I looked at him. He was like right in front of me too, and I like did a double take. I'm like, is this Arnold Ikic?
That's what I think it is. It was in fact Arnold Ikic. Yeah. You got to be careful. Pretty soon we're going to get on the shit list of the defensive line too if we're not careful here. We've been nothing but positive about the interior guys. So like we should be clear from them. It's more the edge guys we want to worry about.
I've sang Zach Harrison's praises on this show.
I mean, Grady Jarrett, brother, we're good. Like we should be all good here. So yeah.
Look, man, whatever shit list we're on, I'm okay with it because it's justified. The criticism is justified.
Yeah.
I've never regretted the criticism that I've had of a player where the player has come back at me because all the criticism has been backed up by stats.
Yeah. Yeah, and Lewis, no big updates on the injuries. We've seen DeMarco Helms and Braylon Trice go down with injuries. DeMarco Helms was put in an air cast and carted off. It looked like Braylon Trice was able to get off the field with some assistance. But both, both are we're pretty concerned, obviously, that these could be serious injuries. So
our guy Daniel Flick, who was down there reporting, said that he might have seen Braylon Trice walk off under his own power into the tunnel, so that's a good sign.
The Dolphins just kicked that out of bounds. What's the rule for out of bounds? Does that 30 yards too?
I believe so.
Okay.
So, man,
So they're like,
really,
it's really
really
different then.
nerfing the kickoff.
Yeah, they're really
But
changing
it used
it
to
then.
be it used to be a flag to the 50,
It was
right?
the 40. It used to be the 40.
Oh, they kicked it out the back of the end zone.
Okay.
Oh, that okay.
All right. I missed it. I thought they kicked it off to the side, and I'm like, why not just kick it off to the side every time?
Right. No, that's interesting.
Out
So
of
it's
the back-
really, it's more like a punt almost, kind of, and
Yeah,
that you
it
need
is.
to like really have the control of the exact positioning and stuff like that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a very different approach.
I mean, anything would be better than the way they were treating the kickoffs. I mean, they were basically just. It was just a
what
touchback
that
every
tells
time.
me, and I maybe should have been more privy to the rules before this broadcast. Sorry.
We're learning on the spot. Hey,
Preseason for all of us.
we're
but what
talking
that
it. We're
tells me
talking it
is
through with the fans. We're explaining the new rules as we learn them, so it works out.
There might be less kickoffs, just like there might be less touchbacks because of the way that they're all positioned. I think kickers now have more of an incentive to sky that and to have the ball in play.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. In the XFL, which is where these rules actually came from and were adopted from, it incentivizes more kickoffs because the average return is still getting out around the 20 to 25 yard line. So it actually benefits you no matter what to just get them to return it because it's a lot harder for them to get to 30 based on the new rules than it would be just kicking it out.
But
Yeah.
doesn't that sort of defeat the purpose of the player safety that they're trying to push? Because a lot of these injuries happen on these kickoff collisions. It
Yeah.
feels counterintuitive to the entire point of why they're changing the kickoff in the first place.
So what they think the nullifying factor here, basically to the injuries in the traditional way, is the fact that they start them lined up across
Mhm.
from each other at that distance so that they can't build up the speed and the
Yeah.
momentum that they were from the traditional format, because that being able to get that long run is what caused, all of the big hits. Obviously physics, moving faster, it's going to feel a lot harder. So by now kind of eliminating that with more of a traditional, almost offensive line, defensive line setup, they've seen the numbers go down or not be as extreme compared to the other rules, I should say, not go
Yeah,
down because
yeah.
it's a completely new system.
No,
Yeah,
I
they
think
got
that's
rid of the oh god, sorry.
no, yeah, exactly. I was probably going to say the same thing that you are, but basically, yeah, they're making it more like the play speed of a regular play instead of like a running start from like downfield to try to reduce the impact force of these hits. And so I think that's the thing. But please go ahead, Jamal.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's been kind of like a gradual change because a few years ago they got rid of the running start. The players are just lined up where the kicker, the P was. So now they're kind of putting them face up together like a regular play, and I feel like it's only going to be a matter of time before we see one kind of break off. Because I feel like at some point, special teams coaches are going to realize some way it's going to be very easy to kind of seal a wall because the players can't really get that running start to kind of clog up those holes. So if you can find a way for these blockers to seal a wall off for the return guy to kind of see and hit, is going to be very interesting. And I'm just kind of interested to see how the special teams guys going to exploit it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an interest. Like, look, I mean, we'll see. Like, obviously, there wasn't a lot of fireworks on the returns in this game, but like, there was nothing really going on previously with these returns. Like, over the last several years, the kick return had been all but eliminated from the game. I mean, it was basically just take touchbacks unless you have Cordarrelle Patterson. So I'm hopeful that it'll at least be interesting. Maybe it won't make a huge difference, but it'll be a lot more interesting and maybe provide some more opportunities for these special teams guys. Nice tackle there by by number 45, Donovan Mutin, with the tackle for loss on that one. Good stuff.
Yeah, I feel like
Having a good third quarter.
Yeah.
I feel like a decade ago, I mean, kick returns were like not common, but they were very more like, I'm talking like kick return for touchdowns. They were very more frequent than what we see now. Now, in the past few years, touchback, return to the 20, 25-yard line, but it's not really incentivized to really bring the ball out of the end zone, because I mean a lot of the kickers are kicking it into the end zone anyway. So if you're already kicking it into the end zone and the returner is looking at, okay, I'm already 5-6 yards back deep in the end zone, I have to make up those 6 yards as well as make it past the 25-yard line to even net positive. So it really wasn't a good thing to do on a returner part if you're just analyzing analytics and stuff. So
Yeah. Looked like that was a near pick by Trey Tarpley there. Looked like he kind of sat down on that route and almost
It's actually pretty
nice pick.
impressive.
Yeah.
I think you'll see the other angle here in a second, but yeah, it was he dove back for it almost.
Yeah. And then looks like the defense going to get off the field here. With the Dolphins going incomplete on 3rd and 4th downs, with a near pick by Trey Tarpley being the highlight of that drive. Also a nice, like we said, nice tackle from Donovan Mutin to start things off. So defense coming a lot, looking a lot better as we get settled into the 3rd quarter here. We got more special teams opportunities. Yeah. This is the special teams game.
3rd quarter seems a little bit longer than last quarter too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the ball, there's been so many stoppages because they
they go to commercial every change of possession. So literally every single one they do. So yeah.
I mean, we've got a Chris Lindstrom interview. Man, Boston College has been kind to the Falcons.
They have
Matt Ryan and then Chris Lindstrom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We should just draft Boston College players. It sounds like
Maybe
maybe the secret's not dogs, Adnan. It's actually Boston College.
It's actually Eagles.
Yeah, go Eagles. Yeah. College football Eagles. My hometown high school team is the Eagles, so I can get on board with that.
That's actually a nice 3rd quarter topic. What's everyone's high school mascot?
Mine was the Raiders.
Nice.
Bergeron?
Rangers and Wolverines.
Nice.
Both?
Nice.
2 different high schools.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I thought it was like a Ranger Wolverine.
No,
he has like a Ranger Rick hat on. Yeah.
Yeah, mine was the Black Knights.
Okay.
Go Central.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's pretty original.
Yeah, it's shout out to Central Gwinnett. We actually our football field actually has its own castle too. It's where everyone learns sex.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's the sex ed castle.
Is that really what it is?
Yeah, that's what it was for. It's like it's where all you went as a 9th grader to learn about sex ed at 6 a.m.
Wow.
And
I didn't even have a sex
who
ed
taught
class.
this? The local wizard? Some old man? Like who is
The local wizard? Yeah.
like 6 a.m.
Merlin's
class
cousin.
in a
Yeah.
castle. This sounds like
I always find it funny those high schools that just straight up take a NFL logo and change the color of it.
A nice run. It's Carlos Washington's best run of the night. Yeah.
I see the Green Bay Packers logo used a lot for high
oh
school.
man, the G is used everywhere.
G
That's,
is-
that's
yeah.
like so classic.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was, I think the Flowery Branch High School actually uses the same logo as the Falcons, and it's like, all right, guys.
Yeah, they do.
It's a little on the nose. Yeah. All right.
Do you sure you want to be attached to this
Is this
brand?
what you want?
Are you
Yeah.
ready for that commitment?
We got Carlos Washington back in the game. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought his night would have been done, but I guess they're like, hey,
They
you
don't.
have negative 18 yards, get back out there.
They actually don't have any other running backs, so
Mhm.
it's just
Yeah,
Jace
they
McClellan and
Yeah, they have Avery Williams.
that's right, they
technically.
do. You're right. It could be Avery Williams getting carries. But yeah, it's with like Bijan and Algier inactive and Robert Burns still on the pup. there's literally only those three: Avery Williams, Carlos Washington, and Jace McClellan. So, Jaceris, first of his name, Jace McClellan.
It's not many passes. They could just start running Wildcat.
There you go. Yeah. Where's Felipe Franks when you need him? Yeah.
We had 2 years ago. We were doing fourth quarter not play by play, and it was Felipe Franks running the triple option. I shit you not.
Yeah. We were deep in the preseason at that point.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It was amazing. You guys should definitely stay for the fourth quarter because we can get more of that tremendous content on this program. But I'm honestly looking forward to Nathan Rourke. Yeah, I feel like I can't.
Yeah, me too. So. I thought he was gonna get. I mean, I guess he'll hopefully get the whole fourth quarter, but I thought he was gonna get rid of the third too.
What was that pass?
I wouldn't mind a nice running clock from here on out. Actually,
man. Taylor Heineke's
That's pretty much what we saw all last year, man, from the quarterback position. Just those were the deep balls. It's just like, okay,
they're not even
nobody's gonna get. Yeah.
Well, that's what we were saying with Penix. It's like, that was a little bit overthrown, but the receivers had a slight chance at it.
Yeah.
It was close enough that they had a realistic, opportunity to jump at it and make it look good. But these last couple ones from Heineke are just complete airmail. The guys either they have to stop and try to jump for the ball, or it's been pretty ugly. So not great. Not great. Not gonna do any personal attacks. I'm just saying the play has not been good. Taylor Heineke's a very nice man. I respect him. The on-field play tonight has been lacking.
And not a great night for Gwinnett County. Not great representation by the Collins Hill legend, Taylor Heineke.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if he gets another drive or if it's going to be Rourke time after this.
Aurora? He's been in already. He almost got that pick on the deflection earlier.
Nice play there by the defense. Looks like it was Jaden Price, the corner, in there as the first man.
Who's 71?
I think that's Prince Emili. Yeah, Prince Emili. Lakale got upgraded to the 90s. He's
is he the 90 club this year?
Yeah, he's 94.
Oh, nice.
Roster chances just shot through the roof.
I hadn't realized that. Oh,
yeah. He and Contavious Street.
I really like Lakale's game, man.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I went back and watched some when I was trying to put my 53-man together, and I was Lakale was the best depth guy we had, honestly. It seems like Taquan has been playing a lot better this camp. I'm happy for him, but Lakale outplayed him. He outplayed Street. And Street got upgraded to the 90s too. Street's 93 now, so.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I thought Lakale, he might still be, but honestly one of the most stout, probably strongest players on the team too.
Big. He's just
some goal line stance he had last year that were just ridiculous.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
And it looks like Damone Harris, who's also in the 90s,
yep,
draws a holding penalty on Ryan Hayes, clearly a penalty. The Falcons decline it. Another fourth down. Another punt. We will get more commercials after this.
There's no more commercials. The sponsors are happy. Shout out to Bet Online.
It's a great night if you are a big special teams evaluator because we've gotten a lot of those.
Yep.
Shout out to the 115 people who are still watching this late third quarter preseason slop fest.
We haven't dipped under 100 right yet.
No, we've been hovering in the 120s for most.
120, 130, yeah.
Yeah, 120s, 130s for most of this third quarter. Yeah.
A late preseason game.
The first preseason game too. This isn't the big ticket one either. So that second one is usually the big game. But yeah, we'll see.
It's a far cry from having 9 viewers on Facebook Live.
Those were the days, Adnan. Those were the days that we knew we really loved this business. That we kept doing shows on Facebook Live. where they would Facebook. Fun fact for those of you that do content creation on Facebook: Facebook counts any scroll past your video as a view, like a full view. So it's like it was getting really hard to be like, I don't really understand like why we have so many views, but like our average view time is like 2 seconds. Like I feel like there's something wrong with this. And what do you know? The second we moved to YouTube, the average view time jumped to like 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, depending on the length of the show. And it's like, oh wow. Seems like Facebook was lying to us about how many people are actually viewing this. I wonder. I feel like we can't trust them. So we'll see. I think it's still Henie.
That was actually a pretty nice run by McClellan to kind of take what he could get. Made a man miss and then got 2 yards. Wasn't much he could do, but that's kind of what we can kind of expect from him. Just being able to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, no,
he's looked good. I'd like to see Washington Jr.'s night be over.
Yeah.
Just so Jace can get more reps more than anything.
Yeah. We can bring forth our Jaceres agenda here. So somebody should at the press conference be like, what do you think about Jaceres as a nickname? I don't know if I haven't actually read Fire and Blood, so I don't know if Jaceres actually does get a real nickname.
Yeah. Let's not get some book spoilers.
No spoilers. No, I just wondered if he had a cool nickname that was not spoilery, just he becomes a total badass. His nickname is
just Jace.
Yeah, I think it's just Jace, but yeah.
It's I don't know.
What about that last episode? It was a huge tease, by the way. That was very uncool.
So what happened in holding on the Falcons, whatever. So what happened in with that show was it was supposed to be 10 episodes. So obviously the next 2 are supposed to be the big battle. But then HBO told them a month before filming, you guys have to cut this down to 8 episodes. Yeah. So basically take away 2 episodes and it was I think supposed to be a big battle happening in the last 2 episodes that we're now going to get at the start of the 3rd season instead.
Yep, because HBO is run by a bunch of morons. So, yeah. What's new? It's actually not HBO. It's, Warner Brothers Discovery, technically. They have a very popular CEO. I'm sure you've heard his name. And by very popular, I mean completely and utterly reviled by pretty much everyone he works with. Feels very familiar. But we won't touch on that on this program. But, yeah. Heineke's still in the game here. So big penalty on the Falcons there for a chop block. And then they run on 2nd and 20. So they clearly have no interest in winning this game. Jeez.
I think he's gotten most of the second. Or was it all of the second and all of the third?
Pretty much. I think maybe Penix had one drive in the early second. But,
yeah, Penix had one drive.
Yeah, otherwise... Yeah, no, not great. Pretty cowardly play call there on 2nd down. But I'm guessing they're just whatever at this point. So so they don't throw. Oh man, that was just a horrid pass.
That was ugly. That was ugly.
I mean, I can't tell if it was. I mean, was Jace? I don't know if Jace was. I need to see the replay, but I think the pass was off. Maybe it just went through McClellan's hands.
Pass looked pretty off. It looked out of reach.
Wait, the next preseason game is at noon?
Is it?
Yeah, next Saturday at noon.
Weird.
Oh,
that is so weird.
That means it's at 9.
It's gonna ruin my whole day.
Yeah, they're facing the preseason dynasty Baltimore Ravens, who never lose the preseason.
No, they don't. So we're just chalk that one up as a big L. The Ravens play to win in the preseason. It's like the next level of pettiness. I actually love it. It's no, we're gonna stomp on your neck in the preseason and hashtag no days off in the preseason, particularly.
We're gonna send a message to every team but the Chiefs.
Yep. Except for the Chiefs, yes. They have trouble with that one. Yeah. They have trouble with that one.
Again, nobody can.
Apparently, the Ravens are losing right now, so maybe the dynasty is over. I don't know.
Yeah, it's actually kind of nuts. Like Pat Mahomes, he's doing his best like '90s Michael Jordan impression, where he's just closing windows by himself of some of these really, really good teams and really, really good quarterbacks. Because I mean, the Bills, I don't know if their window is still open, but it sure as hell was the past few years, and it just got shut by the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Pretty crazy to watch that happen, but it's just one of those things. It's like you can't really control your competition. You just have to do the best you can. It's like sometimes you get stuck going against the GOAT, It's like, oh, what do we do?
Of, maybe the window closes based on what the weather is outside.
Yeah. No, I mean that was an ugly offensive quarter for the Falcons, no doubt about that.
For the Dolphins too, actually.
Yeah, no, you're right. Falcons defense actually did a good job.
Yeah, defense wasn't too bad. A couple quick 3-and-outs.
Yep. But yeah, it's been pretty rough watching the passing game, particularly with Henie. I mean, I think it's been. I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I think there's just been a lot of off-target throws. Like, I mean, yes, the protection hasn't been amazing, but like,
yeah,
I mean,
it just looked like last year. Like nothing's really changed or improved for him, unfortunately. Which I was hoping that we could have maybe shipped him out of here for like a 6th or a 7th or something. Like, we got something for Ritter, but if this continues throughout the preseason, I don't see that happening for us.
Yeah. No, I mean, we'll see what Rourke looks like real soon. Because I mean, I think I had said, on another show, like, hey, it's like, Taylor Heineke, you don't really save much by cutting him. He's got like a $3 million something cap hit, so they're probably not gonna do that. I know people are like, oh, well, you should just cut him. It's like, well, they probably won't, but like, I mean, he's got to outplay Rourke to stick on the roster. Like, I mean, I didn't know that that we were going to be having that conversation, but depending on how Rourke looks, we may be having that conversation after tonight. I don't know. So, maybe not as safe as originally anticipated. I guess we'll see. Oh man. All right. Well, we're through the third quarter, guys. How are we feeling? We doing okay? We gonna make it?
And we're gonna make it.
We're gonna last the last 15 minutes here. No. What am I saying? They're gonna drag this out for at least an hour.
We have no choice. Dave is forcing us to stream.
That's right. Dave is just off camera, like threatening our families or something. No, I'm just kidding. Dave is the nicest guy. That's why we joke. That's why we joke.
Everyone is tied up in front of us right now.
Yeah, actually. Yeah. The content must flow. That's a quote from Dave Choate. Yeah.
I always said one day I'm going to take the jokes too far, and Dave's going to get like a call from OSHA.
Yeah, it's like we're getting some disturbing rumors cropping up around this workplace. First of all, we don't have a physical workplace, so let me just stop you right there.
We have a digital workplace.
Yeah, exactly. That's even more dangerous. Yeah, it's dangerous on those internet streets.
All 3 timeouts for both teams, so hopefully none of them
get
used.
I'm saying. Gonna draw it out for the whole hour here. Gonna have some. We're gonna be stopping the clock late in the fourth quarter. Oh no. All right, defense. So it's gonna take away. It's gonna take away defense. Let's do this. Got D'Angelo Malone out there. My guy.
Oh, why they gotta show us this man? This hurts.
That technically was a D'Angelo Malone tackle, but
Oh, sorry, I was talking about Calais Campbell.
Oh yeah, no, that's sad.
Calais Campbell, actually.
Calais Campbell, yeah.
Calais Campbell. Caught myself on that one.
Yeah.
But I wish we could have done something to bring back the team sack leader, but
Yeah. I think he wants to play edge, and with them going back to the 3-4, I think he's not going to get to play edge. Tough. Yeah, so I mean, I don't blame him. At this point in his career, he wants to play edge. It's like, okay, go for it. You deserve it. I mean, he got to play edge last year. I'm sure he was happy about that. So, No, I'm just happy we got a chance to have him on the team. That's
Oh,
one of
it's
the greatest
great.
players of all time. So definitely
Too
enjoy.
bad we wasted it on the Desmond Ritter year.
That's another
Too
future
bad,
Falcon
yeah.
Hall of Famer. It's gonna join
He's gonna
Dwight
join the
Freeney
Ring
and
of
Devin
Honor
Hester.
by default. Yeah, there's no one else. You're here for 1 year, but yeah,
Claiming
go for it.
all of that.
Yeah.
If we're mentioned in the speech, we're a part of it, and both of them mentioned us. So
They
taking it.
did. They
Falcons
did.
for
Tony
life.
Gonzalez pissed off Chiefs fans by, talking up the Falcons.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
sorry, he loves us more. It's like not our fault. We
Yes,
gave him
not
a real
our fault.
quarterback. Like, geez.
yeah.
Yeah, not our fault you guys made him catch passes from Brody Croyle.
Yeah.
Like,
That was actually
they
good
made him
pressure
be-
by Malone there.
Oh,
By the way.
gosh, yeah. Brody
But,
Croyle, that's what a rough callback.
Yeah, Malone almost had the sack. Quarterback got the ball out just in time, but the Falcons were able to get the tackle for very minimal gain. Yeah, as we continue the slog of the fourth quarter here, mercifully clock ticking down, and
It is a slug. God, it's already 10 p.m.
that's what I'm
It's been
saying. This
3
game's taking so
hours.
long. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough.
yeah. This game has.
It was that
taken
third
long.
quarter. It was that third quarter.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was this late.
No, I mean I told my wife like 11. But I thought that was like, it's very safe time estimate that I'd be done. Like, oh yeah, we'll be done way before that. But no, I think they're gonna like draw this out. Like, I'm getting nervous. Yeah.
I was
There's a good
prepared for
chance,
7:30, but
Yeah.
I think
There's
it's
a good
gonna go
chance to
past
go
that.
6:30.
Yeah.
Or 11:30 for y'all.
Yeah. No, but we'll see. They're gonna draw this thing out. They got to get.
That's not good.
This is not great. Yeah.
It's Trishan, you're on the West Coast, right?
That's right. So it's 6:55 here, so it's
Yeah, you
not
still
too
have your
bad.
whole night ahead of you.
I know, it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Like the Falcons I used to live in Texas, and then it's like, they would ruin my whole day. But since we have like been getting like noon only games for a while, or 1 p.m. games only, which started around like 10 or 11 here, it's been really nice because then it's like I get over it, have the rest of the day ahead of me, don't have to worry about anything. But now that Kirk's here, we got some actual games that'll be played in the late afternoon this year.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, that'll be and on prime time, which I always love watching the Falcons with the rest of America. It always yields very good results. So
Definitely, nothing bad ever happens.
and then you throw Kirk Cousins in there, and it's just like the best cocktail,
The greatest
We're
primetime
either-
quarterback of all
We're either
time.
gonna get like they're either the curse is gonna like cancel it. They're gonna cancel each other out, and it's gonna be great, or it's gonna be the worst thing we've ever seen. I'm not sure which one is gonna happen, but I'm sure it's gonna be one or the other. There's no in between. So
It might make the most diabolical concoction of primetime madness we've ever seen.
yeah, it could be pretty. It could be pretty dark stuff that's on the TV. Could be some deep magics that we might be witnessing. So, yeah, not entirely sure what to expect from the Falcons this year, but definitely pain, maybe some good. Also, I guarantee there will be pain. I think we all know that. But if we could get some positive as well as pain for a change, that would be nice. That's what I'm hoping for. Looked like number 42 Burton for the Dolphins went down on that last play. So we'll see. Hopefully he's Jaquan Burton for the Dolphins. He got crushed by Mutant and Anthony Johnson on that last one. So we'll see. Hopefully he's okay.
Man, 12-17, huh? Man, Jalen Saunders out here to attempt a 58-yarder now. Good God.
They have no fear, man. I mean, why not? It's the
Yeah.
preseason. Why not? Yeah.
Ooh. Well, it had the leg. I'll give him that.
Oh my God.
It had the leg, but, not much else.
It was up. It was not
Can't
good.
hold it against him, though. Like,
Yeah,
58 those where it's like, okay. I get it. Like, kickers have gotten so much better now compared to before, to the point where, especially if you're in a dome, you're sort of expected to make like 52 and in, like automatically pretty much. But like, when you get up to that 55, 56 and above range, then it's like, okay, like it's a bit more forgiving.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, once you get like 55 plus, it's kind of like, okay, this is a total crapshoot now. Unless you're like,
Tucker.
yeah, unless you're Tucker.
Jefferson.
Yeah, then it's like, okay, we expect you to make it to 60. But yeah, everybody else it's a total crapshoot but 55.
Yeah, apparently, like Elliott's really good now from up there too with Philadelphia. Like
Yep, he's doing
these
good.
kickers, I don't know, like they've gotten, it's, I guess, the mathematics, the preparation, the training. Like you look at kickers now and you compare it to 20, 30 years ago, and it's one of those positions that's advanced more than anything else.
God, we got to do another commercial after the kick. Jesus Christ! Like, this is criminal. Like, are we out of commercials? I thought there was a limit. Okay, I thought there was a limit that the FCC imposed, but okay,
there
we're
is
back.
no
We're
limit
back.
to commercials.
We need
It's like
regulation. Whoever,
It's like when you watch those YouTube videos and there's like an ad every 3 seconds.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's like every 90 seconds there's another ad. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. If there's any league that would take a little extra ad money, even if they shouldn't, I don't think I would put it past this league.
You're telling me the NFL only
These
cares
owners,
about money?
Jerry Jones is gonna have to pay for CeeDee Lamb somehow.
Yep. Apparently they don't have any money over there in Dallas. They're only sitting on like 30 million in cap space. So, oh man, it is Nathan Rourke, ladies and gentlemen. Sound the alarms. Of course, there is probably a false start right off the bat. So
Victory
speech. Yeah. He's only been. Yeah. No, to be fair to Nathan Rourke, he's only been here for like a week, so All right.
Oh,
maybe
man.
Nathan Rourke will attempt to pass beyond the stick.
Cut it out with the flags, bro. Like it's
another one.
3 hours.
Another one.
Same side.
Okay. Well, all Nathan Rourke needs to do is complete one 8-yard pass, and he'll outplay Taylor Heineke for the night.
Had one third down conversion. Therefore, he had a better night overall. So the bar is low. The bar is low.
Heineke went 4 for 11 for 11 yards. So that's an average of 1 yard per pass attempt.
Oh my God. Yeah, Penix actually had quite a lot of yardage in this game. Had over 100 yards in the first quarter. That's
on only 9 completed passes too.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm all right with that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just saw this penalty you guys were talking about.
Especially when you compare it to, Heineke, like right next to him. It's like putting the very semi-attractive girl next to the one that's like super ugly, and it's like, oh, looks even more attractive now.
You could take yourself from a 5 to a 7 with this one weird trick,
Yeah, I'm saying.
Oh God.
Mike White himself is 3 for 11, 28 yards.
Yep, he was not doing so hot either. Yeah.
In his defense, though, he has had a lot of drops from his he has thrown the ball particularly well, but he has had a lot of drops.
That's something that really plagued Penix in camp as well. Like the guys were just dropping his passes left and right. I do think the left-handedness has something to do with it, because I think Carlos Washington himself was talking about how there's a bit more velocity that comes out of left-handed quarterbacks. So it sort of is an adjustment period. And, I think Penix was asked about it after practice about, are guys not comfortable with him being a lefty? And to his credit, he said that he's, offered to go out with guys and just get extra reps in, outside of practice, if they, if anyone needs it, to like see the left-handed quarterback. But that's something that Rondale Moore was really struggling with, especially.
Yeah, that's a nice punt by Ryan Sanborn there. Pins the Dolphins inside the 10-yard line.
And when you go back to Michael Vick, he was a lefty too, and it was like a dime. Like it was so fast how the ball would get to the receiver.
Yeah. No, I
The
mean
ball's
obviously.
also,
Yeah, go.
yeah, I was just gonna say the ball's spinning the opposite way too, and that's really what throws off the receivers as well. Is just kind of having to feel it a little bit differently when they bring it in. But yeah, both those guys have real pop.
No, they do. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like with Vic, I mean, yeah, honestly, like their throwing motion's not the same or anything like that. And obviously Vic is like a 1-of-1 athlete, but they do both have great arms. Like they can chuck that thing.
Yeah.
So I know people have like compared them. I don't really see it. I mean, they're really very different, but hopefully, yeah, no, they're not really similar at all, other than the fact that they're left-handed quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, hopefully Penix will bring us good years, and we'll hope that Penix can be a longer term staple in Atlanta than Vic. I certainly enjoyed Vic's years here, but would have liked it to last longer.
For sure.
Not trying to call anyone out. I'm just saying, like, it would have been nice, if we could have kept that going a while longer. But yeah,
We're treading.
I'm not still bitter. Yeah, I'm not still bitter or anything about that. But yeah.
But hey, it directly led to the Matt Ryan era.
Yeah,
Yes.
if it didn't happen, we wouldn't have got Matt Ryan. So
Yeah, there were some positive consequences. One door closes, another opens. So
God, the Falcons got so fucking lucky with that door too. Matt Ryan single-handedly saved some jobs in this town for a long time.
Yeah, I bet Petrino felt pretty stupid after Matt Ryan came in the next year. So he's like, "Oh, this team is hot garbage with no quarterback. All right, I'm out of here."
God,
Next year,
Petrino
draft
getting fired during his radio show, where the ticker just shows like Bobby Petrino's been fired while he was doing his show. That was great.
Legendary stuff there. I loved the I loved we've talked to a lot of Falcons greats on this show who had some colorful stories about Bobby Petrino that I enjoyed. So definitely go back through the back catalog of these shows, folks, and there's some of them they were willing to share publicly. They were pretty spicy. So I don't think anybody cares about pissing off Bobby Petrino. So he's burned those bridges. So
more should they? At some point you've just lost. You've lost the right to respect.
Got Carl Thomas in the chat saying Taylor Heineke is trash. Okay, so is Kirk Cousins. Okay, whoa. Like where is this coming from? What did Kirk do to deserve that just stray? Kirk wasn't even here. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I feel like there's no in between with Kirk Cousins. I feel like people are either oh, Kirk Cousins sucks, or Kirk Cousins is awesome. He's so good. I feel like there's no in between.
It's Matt Ryan all over again. It was the prime Matt Ryan year.
Yeah.
It's 20.
Maybe he's just quarterback. Yeah. Maybe he's just quarterback 5 to 12. Depending on the season, and that's okay. Yeah. But if he's not Mahomes, then he's garbage. If you're not first or last, so
that gets a lot of money. Quarterback 10. I've been a Kirk Cousins guy since his days in Washington too. I feel like I've even over-evaluated him just because I love his game. But yeah, I do think that his game is aging a bit more gracefully than the very end of the Matt Ryan era, or not the Matt Ryan, but the end of the Matt Ryan career that we saw, over last year in Atlanta and over in Indy. And I think based on what I've seen in camp, I would right now venture to guess that the Falcons will probably get their best quarterback season since 2018, Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I agree. I think that's what we're going to see. A nice stop there by Anthony Johnson, making the open field tackle.
That's a guy that's competing for that last cornerback spot. He was running with the twos a little bit in camp.
Dylan Drummond tried to do the that Michael Turner throwing his blocker into somebody. He grabbed the back of somebody's jersey. It looked like he was going to toss him into somebody on that return. But we didn't quite get that. He didn't lift him up off the ground like Michael Turner did. But I think that was Michael Turner.
Turner was pure force, pure strength.
Was it Wasn't it Eric Weems? He picked up Eric Weems and like threw him
Yeah,
into
it was
somebody.
Eric Weems, yeah.
It's one of the best like gifs like of all time. Just like he's like running, then you just see him like Eric Weems comes into the shot and he just like grabs his jersey, just like throws him into like while he's running the football, he has like the wherewithal to just like pick somebody else up and throw them into somebody.
Like, here, block for me.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I got you. Here you go. No, you just stay right there. I got it. Yeah. Yep. Some kind of penalty on this play. There seems like there's some confusion. Like it's going to be against the Falcons. Yeah. But
there's a
personal foul on the Falcons.
When we were doing our not play-by-play, we were still locked in, at the very end because we have to bring the people to play.
They know people wanted to know. Okay, so but now we get to talk about Michael Turner tossing Eric Weems, which might be more fun. So
look at what they took from us.
They've taken everything from me.
It's like the 6th round of the NFL draft on our day 3 stream coverage.
It's good times. We do some of our best content in that stream. So.
Well, we need to keep that for
we need to keep that.
Draft. Use them all during the preseason.
That's right. Yeah, the fourth quarter of the preseason. If we can't, do play-by-play, we're gonna have to start digging deep into the content vaults, and then we might have less later. That's true. It's a good point. All right. Well, Falcons not going to have as good a field position as they could have because they tacked a personal foul onto that return.
Well, when's everyone's home league fantasy draft, and what pick do you have?
I think I have picked 7 out of 12. I think it's going to be after the 3rd preseason game. So whatever week that is. But yeah, I'm hoping to get it's super flex, so some quarterback probably. But I mean, if Bijan's there, I'll probably get Bijan. But yeah,
over a quarterback.
Yeah, man, I'm all in on the Bijan train. Well, by the time you get to 7, if 6 quarterbacks have gone off, I might just take a running back because it's just that's what led to me getting Justin Fields in my dynasty league. I had the 7th pick, and it's god damn it, I have to take a quarterback. And then it was Justin Fields, and then he was benched after 1 year. So that's how it goes sometimes. But
I feel like taking a running back during first round is always pretty safe. There's not really a lot of good fantasy running backs that you can kind of get in the throughout the year. So taking a good one early, if you got it, I think that's pretty smart.
Yeah, you sometimes see CMC go to in the first round of a super flex.
Yeah,
probably him and Bijan are probably the 2 that will go in the first round if any do go. But
CMC, I'm worried about the calf strain, but if he was fully healthy, I don't think it's a question. As much as we love Bijan, Tyler Algier is going to be very prevalent in this offense, whether people want to admit it or not.
All right. Well, we'll see if Rourke can get above Taylor Heineke's numbers tonight.
So far, no. So far, he's looked pretty bad.
No. Yeah. Yep. He has mysteriously been cut from a bunch of teams. That might be something to keep in mind. But yeah, don't want to slander the man. We'll see. Yeah, that's 2 throws that he's just kind of really overthrown Austin Stogner. So that's not great. But again, in Rourke's case, he's been here for 6 days. So it's okay, maybe he doesn't have the offense down. I mean, it's not like he was coming from the Giants. I don't think they run an offense like this. So, or maybe it was the Patriots. I don't remember. It was somebody. It's not a similar offense is the takeaway message there. But,
I got a Troy Anderson interview. That's a guy. Riveting stuff. I'm sure he's giving them a lot of sound bites. That's a guy who's gonna be in there on those obvious passing downs. I'm pretty confident in that. They're gonna rotate throughout the season. I think Anderson's gonna be in there for the 2-minute warning defense for sure.
Yeah.
Personally, I think I would lean toward starting Nate Landman though.
Yeah, I mean, I just I love Troy Anderson, but yeah, I guess I would say it depends on the opponent. I think if you're playing a very run heavy opponent or an opponent that's yeah, then
Yeah, Nate gets the call probably like against the
Yeah.
Steelers, but after that, it's like there's a couple
Right.
of games where I'm like, I do not want to see Landman in coverage. Like it needs
Yeah.
to be Anderson or somebody with some more athletic ability.
That's the thing. It was just like I feel like they need it to kind of be Anderson that wins the job because like Landman's a good linebacker. Do not get me wrong. He has coverage limitations, but he's a good linebacker. He can do sort of the nitty-gritty stuff super well. But the thing is, like, they have Caden Ellis who can do some of that stuff, and Ellis has all this ability as a blitzer, and they'd really like to just have Ellis out there doing that stuff. And they'd like to have a true Mike to handle the coverage and stuff like that. So I think they'd love for Troy Anderson to do that so they can unleash Ellis in other ways. But, like, you know, Landman's going to be more fundamentally sound. So it's like, how close are they in terms of the fundamentals and the instincts and that stuff? Because I think we all know what to expect in terms of Anderson's, like, coverage ability. Like,
Okay. You know, the ball landed in the middle of nowhere, but did you see what he did before that?
he escaped some pressure. The ball wasn't anywhere near the receiver, but he didn't take a sack. So, you know, there is that.
Odd,
Yeah.
bro. Oh
Protected.
my God. The Falcons get back possession.
Yeah, there we go. The muff punt, another one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
go.
a straight
All right.
muff punt by whoever number 40 is on the Dolphins.
As I've
Hey,
always
okay,
said, the best
somebody new
offense
back
is special
there.
teams.
Wait.
So, yeah.
No, that's
Casey
not.
Washington jumps on the ball.
Casey Washington, the goated gunner already.
Man, all right, Casey.
Casey Washington just secured his
loving
roster
your game.
spot. I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game.
It
Casey
wasn't even the
Washington.
returner. It was like the blocker who just
He like tried to
got
get it.
in the way.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got in the way. Yeah,
You can tell that it's fourth quarter of a preseason game. 'cause,
riveting
I mean,
action.
good
Yes.
God. Yeah, number 40. That is Nick Needham. Who?
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, it
got
just
a-
like hit. Yeah, it hit his side. He didn't see the ball. Yeah,
Was he the guy that got the fumble recovery?
I think so.
Or and
He
forced
definitely
fumble?
had a pass breakup. Yeah,
We
Casey
called the name
Washington.
early.
we did.
Falcons need to be aggressive right here and hopefully put the ball in the end zone. Yeah, at the 20
yeah.
You're down 7. Like, nothing to lose right now.
Now we need the most valuable Canadian to come through here, or whatever that award is called.
Most outstanding Canadian.
Most outstanding Canadian. That's even better. I like that. Yeah. Nathan Rourke, most outstanding Canadian, comes into America to stake his claim in the NFL. This is gonna be his career starting drive here. It's gonna lead this fourth quarter comeback for the Atlanta Falcons offense. The comeback starts right now, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're hyped up about this fourth quarter preseason game. We got 8 minutes left. It's time for some Nathan Rourke magic.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Nathan Rourke.
See?
Dude.
Yeah, speak it into existence. Ask and ye shall receive, okay?
The Maple M60 to OJ Hillier for a first down right there.
Comeback starts now. This is where Nathan Rourke's story begins in the NFL. He has a long story in the CFL already.
I also have not seen OJ Hillier since he was mossing Mike Hughes at that last training camp practice at Flowery Branch.
I'm surprised it took him this long to get in the game. Like, it seemed like he was like making some plays in training camp. So,
good God, why are you following that up with the fade route?
This team has a concerning interest in running fades. I'm wondering if it's because they're just refusing to show any like red zone pass plays.
Yeah.
They're just like, no, we're just gonna run fades.
Probably.
I hope so, because this is what the Dolphins do in the red zone, and this is what has gotten them kicked out of the playoffs multiple times, and why they can't beat good teams. So I have faith in Z-Rob, though. I'm gonna go with
Yeah.
you. He's holding.
He's a data guy. He should know.
Right now.
I wonder if he's just like doing this to like set people up so that they think when the Falcons get in the red zone they're gonna run fades, and they just like guard the fade and they just like do like a little dump off to Bijan and he just walks in. Maybe they're just trying to practice the fade, you know? Oh God.
It does feel better though, imagining Kirk throwing that to London.
That could be a winning play.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm of the mindset that the fade route is only good if you have a really special wide receiver. And by really special, I mean like Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones type, because it's like, I don't know.
You're not getting much separation on the route, so
Yeah.
you need a receiver who is at least a few inches taller, has a tall wing or has a long wingspan, has a good vertical. Drake London kind of has that. Oh my God.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's an efficient enough route where you want to throw it up to London, unless I feel like the opportunity cost of like another play is too high, unless you have that wide receiver who 70% of the time is going to come down with it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, unless it's a mismatch in coverage assignment, I mean, maybe, but yeah.
Well, it's Rourke gets him down to the 2, and we're gonna have a 4th and goal.
Oh boy, this is where the story begins.
Man.
The offensive line blocked that up for like an eternity. Good job by them.
Yeah, I was gonna say they did a really good job.
He had like 2 years to decide what to do on that play. So.
You know what? I see what he was upset about. I think he wanted Washington to kind of settle a little bit there, but he kept running and he didn't feel comfortable pulling it with the other DB kind of camping out there at the edge.
Yeah.
Well, the broadcaster is suggesting a QB draw from the 2, and I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm undefeated on that play. You know, I don't know if there's a game.
I'm like, that man's been playing way too much NCAA.
You said spread him out and run a QB
that
draw
came
from the 2 on 4th and goal with Nathan Rourke, and I don't know if
I'm like, yeah, okay. Your
But a very
14-year-old son
confident
showed you that.
the Falcons don't convert. Very bad pass behind OJ Hillier.
Yeah, bad pass.
Yeah.
He put it there a little late. He was open for quite some time.
Yeah, he was.
You know what? I'll say it though. 3rd best QB on this roster.
No doubt.
I won't hear otherwise.
Yeah.
3rd best QB on this roster.
It was
about that.
For the Dolphins, Isaiah Mack out of Chattanooga on the pressure there.
All right. Well, maybe it seems like
You
we're gonna
know
need
what?
the.
I actually, after looking at the replay, he should have sat where Rourke threw it, and that would have been a touchdown. He actually put the ball in a good spot. That was a bad job. That was on the receiver, in my opinion. Just after seeing that end zone angle, they just
he needed to sit down. Yeah.
Yeah, if he had sat down instead of kept running, and that just comes back to like scramble drill, all those things that these guys don't ever really get to work with each other. Like they don't get to build chemistry that much.
No, they don't. They don't. And he was probably trying to just follow the play design, and yeah. No, Rourke has practiced like 4 times. Like that is a fact. So expecting him to have deep knowledge of the playbook or chemistry with the wide receiver, probably asking too much. However, he does have more yards, I believe, than Taylor Heineke. So there is that.
He did that on one pass.
On one pass, yeah. So.
Milo Eifler with a great tackle for a loss.
Yeah, everybody can't be Josh Dobbs coming in and absolutely torching a defense as soon as you get to the facility.
Yep.
The Falcons defense at that. And then he killed the Saints too. The next
He did kill the Saints, yeah.
That's true. Did a good job there. That's all we needed from him.
Oh my God.
Typical, Falcons defense here.
Hey, never forget that one preseason game a couple of years ago where we weren't doing play-by-play. I think it was Timmy Horn recovered a bad snap, and then Desmond Ridder took it downfield and connected with Jared Bernhardt for the game-winning touchdown.
That was the best. That was the best play of Desmond Ridder's career.
Yeah. Little did we know. If we knew that that was the peak in that moment, man.
That was a great
Oh.
play. It was very exciting.
Jared Bernhard made the team off that play alone.
Yeah, he did.
Man. I miss Timmy. Timmy made the team from that play too.
Yeah, he did.
He's with the Giants now.
We
got rid of him.
We're gonna
right
get
before we
another
switched.
digital spot.
Oh man, here we go. He did start
Oh,
sliding
boy.
pretty early, so
Oh boy.
I feel like I'm gonna miss the chains. I already missed the chains. I know
it's such a staple of the game.
Don't worry,
It
man.
is.
This will break. It's the NFL. There's no way this thing is holding up week in and week out. The chains will come back.
They gotta have some chains on standby, like in the bin somewhere on the sideline, where they can
Well,
get
that's
these
a
chains
full
out.
yard short.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, challenge the computer, Mike. Come on, put your money where your mouth is.
Come on, you coward!
You scared? Raheem did it.
Well, he was already holding the flag.
He had
already.
the flag in his hand, and then he gave it to his assistant when it was rolled short.
Raheem
He's
was like, I don't
scared.
trust these damn computers. I don't trust these damn computers. 1 second. Yeah.
Mike likes computers too much, man. That's the problem here. He's not getting out of his own way.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
there he
So
goes.
close. Yeah.
There he goes. Yeah, Raheem's smiling across the way. He's laughing.
Yep. That's funny. He's like, all right, I'm doing it.
Oh, Mike Daniels.
I don't think McDaniel actually has a case here, though. Like with
I don't
Raheem,
either.
he
That's
wasn't. With Raheem, he wasn't challenging the spot. He was challenging that the runner went out of bounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see. Mike McDaniel doesn't have a great history with challenges. I don't think so.
This is an ego challenge. This is
This is like he beat the computer. I gotta beat the computer. I don't trust the nerds either.
Hey, 3:18 left in the fourth of preseason. Go ahead and take your ego challenge.
Go
man.
ahead, go for it.
None of us are trying to do anything after this anyways.
Yeah, Brandon Brass, like, yeah, I mean, if they were like actually trying to win this game, if this was like a real game, maybe they do kick that field goal on 4th and long or whatever. But like, I think in the preseason, you just go for the touchdown. Like, you just go for you just go for the touchdown. Like, don't worry about it.
I think, like we said, the play design, over those 4 plays weren't really that great in the red zone anyway. So
Extremely
I feel like
basic, yeah.
Yeah, extremely basic. I feel like the outcome of that drive probably would have ended a little bit better had we actually been calling solid plays and, doing something with it.
We
Yeah.
haven't seen solid red zone plays in a long time, so I can understand people
Haven't.
being upset.
Yeah.
Like that red zone sequence looked like a regular season sequence from
Falcons, yeah.
2023. Yes, like stuffed run, fade, incomplete,
No.
incomplete.
Scramble outside.
If only we had Jonnu Smith.
If
Then
only.
call stands, take that, Mike McDaniel. He can't beat the computer. Raheem Morris establishing his dominance right now.
And these coaches do not trust this new system at all.
Not one bit. Yeah. He's like, what? What is it?
Well, you want me to trust a machine? Get the chains out here.
Get the chains. Sir, the chains will like say the same thing. No.
I want to see it with my own
I want to
eyes.
see it. I want the analog,
Yeah, it's only been one preseason game. I miss it. Let's go back to the chains. Like, I miss the drama of it. I miss the heritage. Yeah, this is messing with our football heritage right now.
Yeah, it's like a staple of the game. I don't know. Like, you can't take that out.
You can't take that away from us.
Man, they're taking out everything that's making this country great.
Those them's are fighting words on. You gotta be careful with that.
We're about to get political out here.
No, we're not going down that road. That's the one area of content, even in the deep fourth quarter, that we will not get to on this program. But I don't know. I guess maybe I can't promise that because we're only through one preseason game. It might get bad enough that we have to. But
No, just wait for the fourth quarter of that third preseason game.
It's not even Nathan Rourke. They just have like Dylan Drummond taking direct snaps or something. Like there was a nice little completion, nice little
Yeah,
Run there by
great.
recent signee Jesse Matthews.
Jesse Matthews. Good
Yeah.
good yak on that play.
About to see Nathan Rourke goated right here. So can he match the Desmond Ridder Jaron Birdhart game-winning drive? Can he do it right now in front of our faces? Hopefully that won't be the peak of his career.
Hey, and even if it is, we're not relying on him to start any games.
That's right. That was less good, that second pass. Maybe he was trying to do his tight end a favor so he didn't get absolutely clobbered.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
Yeah.
Yeah, more importantly, can he speed this shit up because it's already 10:30.
Yeah. I'm getting a little sweaty here, with the 11 o'clock end time. So we'll see if we can get there.
This has been the longest, last 5 minutes of the game I've ever seen.
It was the longest third quarter I've ever sat through.
Yeah. There hasn't been a score since what? The early third? Am I tripping?
I think it was early third. I'm not sure.
Because I remember the last one. Oh no, there was a field goal by the Dolphins.
No, first catch for Jordan Thomas, the new tight end, also got signed a few days ago. So a little new face to new face connection there.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know whose fault that non-touchdown was, but this one was definitely O.J. Hellier's fault. That one hit him in the arms and the chest, and it bounces out of bounds.
Maybe we're starting to realize why he's playing at this point in the preseason game. I think we were. Yeah, I think we were
Not
concerned.
everyone out there, OJ.
Woo!
Oh, you guys are gonna like that play.
Oh, great play.
Did they go for it on fourth? Are they not being cowards?
Oh, of course they went for it on fourth. They're down 7. They're not going to kick a field goal here. What is this, Dan Quinn against the 49ers in 2015?
I don't know. Maybe they just want to go home on.
Nathan Rourke evades multiple Dolphins on a QB scrambler.
There we go.
Taylor Heineke should be sweating right now.
I'm telling you, man.
Oh my goodness.
Nathan Rourke goated right here.
Right here.
The best QB3.
That was a hell of a run right there. Nathan Rourke gets more yardage on that one play than Heineke's had all night. 21-yard rush.
Did this guy get tipped off from Z-Rob this week that they had a QB draw in the works for Rourke or something like that? That's an amazing call.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
that's
a good point, actually.
That's most outstanding Canadian energy right there. That's what we come to expect from our brothers up north. I'm sure Damsky is freaking out right now.
Oh, Damsky, I know you're not actually watching, but shout out.
If they get the touchdown, should they go for 2?
Oh, absolutely.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
In the game right here.
We ain't no cowards.
I don't think there
win.
would be overtime in preseason.
No, there wouldn't be. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there wouldn't. Yeah.
No, they definitely would go for it. Yeah.
No, of course you go for it.
Yeah, we're not a bunch of cowards, especially not in the preseason.
Nah.
You play for the win. Another Nathan Rourke QB keeper. Yeah.
All right, well, it's exciting. I'll give it that. 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning. The Falcons are officially inside the 10. They're at the 8. So, we're in for some heroics. The people that bet on this game, I'm sure, are sweating one way or another right now.
Yep. Bettors just profusely sweating right now. I don't know how close we are to the over/under, but something tells me we're right on the knife's edge.
Yeah, and even if you win, you have bigger problems in this game.
You never really win. Yeah. I don't think there's overtime in the preseason. You don't have to worry about that, folks. It'll just be a tie. But the NFL doesn't hate us that much that they would make us go to overtime in the preseason. So. And that was like a really clever draw too, with the 2-minute warning, like right after it. Because it's like, if he does get it, you don't have to burn a timeout because the 2-minute warning's coming up like right afterwards. So it's actually that was a very clever play call from a lot of angles.
Yeah, and
I mean, obviously it worked, so that's the most important
yeah.
part. But yeah,
That is a play that young Zach Robinson himself ran at Oklahoma State back in the day, because that's the kind of QB he was. So it's actually, I love seeing that play call there, because that's exactly the kind of play I feel like he would have wanted if he was in Rourke's shoes.
yeah. I mean, Rourke got some wheels, man. Like he did not, like he looked like a ball carrier out there. Did not look like no offense to the GOAT Matt Ryan, but Matt Ryan runs like a beautiful gazelle person, and by that I mean he runs like a baby gazelle with those long legs, kind of getting out there. But Rourke was a little bit smoother than that. So
Oh, for sure. Rourke's like a bigger guy too. I wasn't I don't ever know if I can trust the immediate height, weight, whatever that is posted, but he definitely looks like somebody that, Arthur Smith would have loved him. I can tell you that right now. This is like everything he wanted Felipe Franks to be.
Yeah, he kept Felipe Franks on the roster until his dying days.
Until he had no choice.
He had no option. Terry came into the room. He's like, Art, you know what we have to do.
I would not take the road that has me cut Felipe Franks unless I had no other option.
You think that was an actual discussion, like a heated discussion? No,
probably.
I honestly believe it, because why else would he have been there without Art? Like, he's like, no, it's gonna work. I promise. I just need more time.
Trust me, you guys.
Oh, come on.
I always had a theory that he was literally saving Felipe Franks for one trick play in the postseason eventually, and that's the entire purpose for why Felipe Franks was on the roster.
And we never got there.
Oh yeah. The problem is we never won more than 7 games, so
Yep. There was a play call. It was ready. Unfortunately, we should have spent more time on.
We should have spent more time actually winning games and getting there.
4th and goal.
All right.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's another fade route to OJ Hillier.
That's out?
I don't know if he called him out of bounds.
I got to see the replay.
I don't know. We need to consult.
No, I think that's out of bounds. I don't think he got the second one down.
Oh yeah, it's out. He lifted the left foot up as soon as he was catching the ball. It looked like
Casey Washington wins that game. Casey Washington gets that pass.
That's pretty good throw though.
You can see. Nathan Rourke is so disappointed. You can see it in his eyes.
That was actually a really good throw.
That was a hell of a throw.
That was a perfect throw. Yeah, that was on the money.
OJ Hillier might have robbed him of 2 touchdowns in this game.
Yeah. I was worried that it was my boy James.
2 touchdowns.
Well, Raheem Morris is calling it a touchdown for whatever that's worth.
I think Raheem's
what it is? I think it's the rule where he's getting pushed out of bounds. So both legs don't have to touch.
Is he going to challenge it?
No,
it's a boot review
automatically. But I think it's the rule that's screwed over the Minnesota Vikings a lot in their history, where he's getting pushed out of bounds, so he doesn't need to put both feet in bounds.
You only have to get one then?
Got screwed last year as well.
You only have to get one at that point, or none?
No, so back in the day, if you technically possessed the ball within the frame of the end zone, it didn't matter if your feet were on the ground. The final straw was Miles Austin, because he had caught this football up in the air and his legs were almost up to his chest, and he got completely shoved out, and it was counted as a touchdown. It was something wild like that. And then it has affected the Minnesota Vikings as well. Under the new rules, you have to get both feet down no matter what.
Yeah.
They don't do that.
Yeah, it's been ruled. Call stands. Call is confirmed. Dolphins are going to kneel it, but either way, he wasn't getting shoved out of bounds.
And
yeah,
That's
Tough.
that's defensive backs bread and butter when you're out the end zone. You shove them out of bounds so they don't get their feet down. So,
Yeah, historically, it's like if you shove him out of bounds and he has possession, that it's ruled a touchdown.
that's crazy.
I know, it's
That was
wild.
a dime, though. That was an absolute dime.
That was a
That was a
great
great throw.
throw.
I can't
Yeah.
believe he couldn't get his feet down.
That was one of the best throws of the night. Like,
Well,
Nathan Rourke has potential.
it's been
Yeah. No, that one Nathan Rourke throw, like I'm in. Like I'm way like I've seen enough from Heineke. Like we didn't see one throw from Heineke that was anywhere near that level or like courageous or anything.
Can't
like,
run like that either. He
No.
ain't doing that QB draw.
Yeah.
He's
Like-
not offering you that.
He's putting his body on the line. Like,
Yeah. Heineke wouldn't even jump on the loose fumble.
it-
And I have
you-
people
come on,
responded to
bro.
my tweet, and they were like, "Oh, it's the preseason. He shouldn't risk injury. You're the QB3. Fall on the
You're
damn ball.
QB3.
Like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? Yeah, like you don't get that luxury. You gotta jump on the damn ball.
at worst, I mean, you could put up a performance here that lands you on a team that needs a quarterback. You know, at the end of the day, if you're fighting, if you want to start a spot, I mean, you know,
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like it feels like Heineke is just very comfortable knowing he's the QB3 no matter what, and then Rourke is out here, fighting tooth and nail for a roster spot.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying that Rourke played amazing. He definitely missed some throws, but yeah, you can definitely tell the difference in motor, so to speak, when it comes to quarterbacks tonight.
I mean, for somebody who's only been here a week, and Taylor Heineke's been here for over a year and has had a pretty lengthy career in the NFL. I mean, that kind of speaks for itself.
yeah. No, I mean, I think we're gonna need to see more from Heineke if he wants to secure that spot, because it's like, I don't think it should be handed to him by any means.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where he's like, all right, I took the pay cut, so now my spot is secure, like no matter what. And it's like, okay, like, no, I don't think that's how that works.
That's not how that works.
No.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
shouldn't.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, relatively interesting end to this preseason game, which was not overly interesting. The entire third quarter was an absolute slog. That was a tough quarter to watch. But the fourth quarter picked up a bit. Glad we got to see some life from Nathan Rourke and the deep reserves. Falcons just come up a little bit short in this one. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the score, it doesn't really matter at all. Nice to see the team fight back there, but the defense definitely came to play in the second half, and did a good job limiting scoring. Taylor Heineke, disastrous. That whole time the offensive had the ball with Heineke was pretty ugly. He'll get some more opportunities, and so will Rourke and the rest of these guys, but bad first impression, certainly. Yeah, you guys have any takeaways? I'm sure there's a lot we can cover.
I mean, that last 3 minutes was more exciting than the entire game.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I love what I saw from Nathan Rourke. Really going in there, kind of like I said, putting his body on the line, not really scared to fit the ball in like some areas where Taylor Heineke, we didn't really see that from him. I wanted to see a lot more from Taylor Heineke. Didn't really think that the offensive line gave him any favors, and obviously the play calling wasn't like the best, but Nathan Rourke he did the best with what he was given. So I wanted to see kind of Taylor Heineke do that. Obviously, going back to the first, quarter, I think Michael Penix played pretty well. And I'm excited to see a little bit more from him. Hopefully he plays in the next two preseason games and just over the course of preseason. And I think defense played good. First quarter was a bit of underwhelming in the second quarter, and then picked it back up in the third. So I think that's not hopefully going to be a testament of like the overall Falcons defense. I hope they're going to be on all four quarters. Obviously you're going to have some quarters that are better than others. And then in terms of substitutions and all that, different players are getting in there, different players are going to give you different looks. But that third quarter was definitely probably the best for the Falcons defense. second half really in general, because the fourth quarter was pretty good. And obviously early on we had Hamilton and Kevin King doing a lot of good work on the back end. So yeah, it was pretty there's a lot of good to take away from it, a lot of bad to take away from it as well. So but it's only the first preseason game, so
Yeah. No, I agree. It's one preseason game, not a huge deal. Don't care about the outcome, honestly. I mean, it's fun to win preseason games, but don't really
yeah.
care otherwise. But yeah, Trayshawn, any takeaways from this game upon immediate viewing?
Yeah, I think for me it was pretty disheartening seeing Arnold Ebiketie get bullied by rookie Patrick Paul tonight, to the point to where the broadcast wanted to zoom in and show us the highlight reel of said bullying. So that's somebody that a lot of people have been looking towards to really help take the next step to give this defense some sense of a pass rush from the edge. Obviously this one performance doesn't mean that he can't still do that or anything like that, but for the first preseason game of the year and the amount of run time that we saw and how much he was out there, he really failed to make really any kind of impact in this game. And that's just not really what we wanted to see.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely didn't want to see that. And of course the injuries loom large over everything as well, but not anything you want to get to.
I was going to say, no matter what we saw, the biggest story coming out of this game is going to be the injuries. DeMarco Helms down, air cast, no pressure on that leg, immediately carted off. Looks really bad as a player that you can sort of ill afford to lose when it comes to, a depth perspective. And then Braylon Trice, where it still is bad, but it didn't look as bad because at least he managed to, get off the field without a cart. So it's going to be a very nervous sort of 24 hours for Falcons fans and waiting for those updates, especially after you've already lost Rondale Moore. Like none of these guys are starters, but all three of these guys are going or were going to make some sort of impact from a depth perspective this year. And yeah, you can only lose so much depth, and it's a bad sign that the Falcons are already losing depth, just one preseason game in.
Yeah. That's the main thing to be concerned about. If these are seasoning injuries, they're not really going to be able to sit and wait on this. We're going to have to make some things, and we've seen lots of injuries tonight. Steelers first round pick Troy Fontenot suffered some kind of knee injury tonight that could be serious. Just for an example of another team, this always happens, especially the first week of preseason. You get back to full contact, and you get injuries. It's the worst part of the game. So we'll hope everyone's okay. It's just hoping for the best there for all these guys, Dolphins players included. I know they had like 4 or 5 injuries tonight as well. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Please like, subscribe if you haven't already. Leave us that 5-star review on your podcast platform of choice. We will be back, of course, next week to cover the breakdown from this preseason game. I'll have another roster projection based on a rewatch of this game coming out early next week. And of course, we'll be back for preseason week 2 for another watch party. You can join up with the channel memberships. Shout out to Zoheb for joining today as well. Or on Patreon if you want to get involved with supporting the show, get access to some ad-free early access content, as well as the fantasy leagues, which are going to be firing up to go here shortly. Going to have the survey for that coming out probably within the next couple days, so you guys can, if you're a member of either the YouTube or the Patreon, just to make sure to fill out that quick survey so I know you want to play, and we'll see how many leagues we need. But a lot of fun. Always enjoy that with you guys. Love the trash talking. Thank you guys for helping out with that. Appreciate all your support. Before we sign off, I want to thank all of our tremendous guests tonight. First of all, we had Jamel Johnson joining us. He's at KingJ25 on the Twitters. One of our newest contributors over at the Falcoholic. Jamel, a lot of fun hanging out tonight. Hope it's the first of many, of course. And anything else you want to plug before we sign off?
I think I'm all right. I think I'm good. Just keep engaged on the Falcoholic. For sure.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on. We also had our other new addition, Trayshawn Diaz. He's at Trey3Sean on the Twitters. Trey, Sean, anything you'd like to let the people know about before we sign off?
Nothing for me. Try to stay positive. Although we said the injuries were rough, but we're gonna have to get through it. That it is what it is at this point. So just try to keep the hopes alive. Still, regular season hasn't started yet.
Yeah, we're gonna do the best we can with that. Hopefully there will be less depression going forward, and hopefully these guys are okay. But also of course my co-host Adnan Ikic, he's at Say Which Way. Adnan, anything you're working on to let the people know about?
I'm actually, gonna plug the Falcoholic as well. So I will not say anything specifically. You'll have to go on the falcoholic.com to figure that out.
Yep, you're gonna have to go check out the site to get that sweet content. Adnan just being a company man tonight. Everybody doing a great job. So thank you guys for hanging out. I'm Kevin Knight, of course, at Falcoholic Kevin. Like I said, like, subscribe, 5-star review, all that good stuff. You guys know the drill. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back early next week. I'll have a new roster projection for you, and then we'll be back on Wednesday for more takes. But until then, guys, enjoy the rest of your Friday night. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next week as we get into week 2 of the preseason, the season itself getting ever closer as well. So until then, guys, have a great night from all of us.